Small islands are important to birds along the coast of Texas because 98% of North America's long-distance migrating birds depend on the Texas coast at some point in their lifetime. The birds are an indicator of what's happening in the ecosystem at large. These islands are important to people as well because they store carbon, reduce pollutants from the water, and protect coastline from storms. The bottom line is that the birds need these islands and we need these islands. The problem is these islands are disappearing because of erosion, sea level rise, tropical storms, so every day we're losing a little bit of ground. But we can build more islands ourselves. Audubon, Texas is looking to build off our decades-long partnership with the Army Corps of Engineers, and because we get a lot of erosion from the ship channel, we'd like to over time migrate the island away from the ship channel and then create some breakwaters and structures to slow the erosion.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's so good to see you, and what a wonderful way to start the day of one of our past Conservation Wranglers and highlighting the wonderful work that they do. I'm Joni Carswell. For those who don't know me, I'm the CEO at Texan by Nature. Welcome to the 2022 Texan by Nature Conservation Summit. So excited to have each of you here. So excited to have 300 more of you online today to engage in this conversation. Today we're going to discuss the future of conservation through examples, lessons learned, and vision across a format of 3 panels. These panels will dive deep into our role and impact as humans. We'll dive into system-level thinking and into new models. But first, I'd really like to start the day with deep appreciation, not only for each and every single one of you being here, but also to the sponsors and members who work alongside of us to make this event happen each year and to make each of our programs happen. Your partnership, your enthusiasm, it enables every single piece of the work that we do, and we're incredibly appreciative. Thank you to our Sustainability Fund leaders, the Stillwater Foundation, Ray and Becky Engel, John Now, HEB, and the Friedkin Group. Our sincere gratitude to Lydahill Philanthropies and Marathon Petroleum for supporting our partner work, and to Hess Corporation for underwriting the Texas Water Action Collaborative expansion this year. Thank you for the support today from HEB and Enbridge for continuing to support our Conservation Wrangler program and summit at the highest level. And then also to Phillips 66, NRG Reliant, Comerica, and EOG Resources, as well as Dee Rose, for continually uplifting conservation work across the state of Texas and specifically our Conservation Wrangler program. Thank you to our silver and bronze sponsors as well. We are proud to be supported by a diverse, committed group of partners from all across the state. And thank you to Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages for providing beverages today. As you see these partners throughout the day, please join us in thanking them for supporting all of our work and for making it possible. I'd also like to thank the Texan by Nature board members for your continued commitment and vision. Cynthia Pickett-Stevenson, our current board chairman, Joe Crafton, Ray Engel, Adair Margot, Neil Wilkins, Reagan Gammon, Catherine Armstrong, Robert Horton, Elaine Magruder, and Carolyn Miller, Roxanne Newman, and Tamara Trell. Thank you, guys. And thank you to Tina Buford, who is joining us online today. We miss you. And finally, thank you, of course, to the Texan by Nature staff. You guys are amazing each and every single day. Jenny Burden, Taylor Keys, Karina Arajo, Amy Snellgrove, Terry Pearsall, Kenzie Cherniak, Caitlin Tran, Lauren Hart, Anna K. Reeves, Kayla Gillen, and Nima Mugwafwa. Thank you very much for all of the work that you do to support conservation across Texas. We want each and every single one of you to engage in dialogue today, whether you're live or whether you're joining us virtually. So for virtual attendees, please keep in mind that we are live streaming on YouTube. You can engage in conversation there. You can put any questions or comments, best practices into the live stream chat on YouTube, or you can send email to info@texanbynature.org. So if you have questions that you want to put into the dialogue today, info@texanbynature.org or the YouTube stream. Can you guys believe that this is our 5th annual summit? I know a few of you have been here each and every year, but this is year 5. And I just have to say, creating the future is exciting. Creating it with you is very exciting. But sometimes it's also frustrating, as each of you know. Not everything always goes the way it should. But it's also fulfilling every single day. Last year, I closed the dinner with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. And I thought I would start the day with that quote. And it's that the best way to predict the future is to create it. It continues to resonate with me a year later because it's a very Texan mentality. Boldly state your end game and make it happen. Doesn't get much simpler than that. The best way to predict the future is to create it. I think that this also hits home with me, not only because it's a Texan mentality, but it's similar to how I view the world. Some of you may be familiar with my background, some may not. While I grew up on an organic produce farm and spend all of my downtime usually in nature, I actually did not start my career in conservation. I was in the tech sector. I focused on strategic planning and product management, and then ultimately was running an education technology startup before I came to Texan by Nature. But 5 years ago, I had the serendipitous opportunity after a camping trip, after being out in nature for about a week, to get to know the Texan by Nature board. And I was struck by their vision, by their goals, by their commitment for the massive change that they wanted to make for conservation in Texas and beyond. And so after my initial conversation with the board, I do what I do. I did a lot of research. Those who know me know I love data. So I did a whole market analysis on what is this group, what are they doing, how can change really be affected in this space. And I got excited about what I saw as opportunity, this gap in between industry and conservation and community, and helping all of those groups work together to build on the best of the best that was out there, to really change the funding conversation, to change the partnership conversation, to change the use of data and science on a continual basis. And I got excited to impact natural resources in a new and different and big way. And so sometimes people ask, okay, well, that's great. Why didn't you just volunteer? Like, why would you change? This is not what you were trained in. It's not how you started. It's not where you thought you were going to go. What were you doing? And to me, it wasn't a drastic change from a work standpoint. The work is the same. It's still market analysis. It's still strategic planning. It's still roadmap planning and development and execution. It's the same work. But the content is what's drastically different for me. It's still about bottom line, always about bottom line, but to me the bottom line changed. It changed from a dollar value to the bottom line being our future. And so I ultimately altered my path because I wanted a different future for my family, of course, for Texas, but also for the globe. I wanted to be part of predicting the future by creating it. And I wanted to do this with this wonderful team and all of these wonderful partners. I saw a future at that point where funding and participation in conservation happened differently, where we built on learnings and best practices from one another. We built on the expertise of our scientists, our conservationists, our landowners, our business leaders, and we shared that across all sectors. We built towards broader collaboration, deeper understanding of systems and interactions, and a future where we understood and embraced the returns that were right in front of us, the returns that happened because of conservation yields. A future where industry could more easily integrate local, on-the-ground conservation into long-term environmental strategy. That's part of the future that I wanted to create. And I think we've made tremendous progress over the last 5 years. This annual summit was a key aspect of our vision for creating. We originally envisioned this event as a meeting of minds, and that's why we chose Summit instead of talking about a symposium or a conference. It was really bringing the heads of all the organizations, the decision makers, the change makers together to have dialogue and work together towards change. And we're thrilled this morning to have almost 600 of you joining us live and virtually to have this conversation. You represent every aspect of industry, every aspect of conservation. You're all in the room today. So as we explore today the human aspect of conservation, system-level thinking, and models of success, I want to challenge you to engage deeply. Please ask questions. This is a conversation. It shouldn't be a one-way flow. Think about how you can apply what's said on stage today, what's asked from the audience, what you learn in the online chat, or what you're talking about in the networking times. Think about how you can apply that to your own space. Meet new partners and join us in predicting the future for the world by creating it right here. So let's get started. Steve, Sean, Sarah, and Carla, please join me on stage. And for those of you who have your phones, please silence them or turn them off altogether so that you can truly engage. So for each panel today, I will introduce all speakers. They will share their presentation in succession. And after the final speaker on the panel, we will have live Q&A with all panelists. So we'll have about 20 minutes of Q&A after each panel. And we will take questions from both our live and our virtual audience. Live, we'll have microphones in the room, so be sure and think of your questions. Online, again, you can send email to info@texanbynature.org, or you can put your questions directly into the YouTube chat. So this is our first panel of the day. It is the human dimension. We're super excited to have the panelists that we do. But first, I thought I'd share a little bit about our process. So each year, Texan by Nature spends a lot of time listening. We listen to our industry partners, we listen to our community leaders, we listen to our conservation partners, which at this time we have 130 conservation NGOs that we partner with across the state and beyond. And we listen to what's top of mind, what's working, what's not working, what's frustrating, what people are most worried about or are most concerned about or hoping to change. And we put the summit agenda together based on what we're hearing and what we think could potentially have the biggest impact in bringing a group of leaders like this together. And so each speaker, after we think about the topics that we want to share, each speaker is carefully chosen for their expertise and the examples and the lessons learned that they can share for that particular topic. So to put it mildly, we're really excited about the content for today. And you know, the human piece of this, what does that even mean? You know, an ecologist is going to talk about the human dimension in a completely different way than your HR professional from the corporate sector. But I will say that human aspect of what's going on has been a part of every conversation we've had over the last 18 months. Every single one, whether it's about the population growth that Texas is expecting, growing to 50 million in the next 25 years, workforce availability, workforce development, workforce engagement, top of mind for all of our conservation partners and our industry members. Personal stewardship, that's a big one too as the demographics of Texas change. What does personal stewardship look like moving forward? Nature's impact on our own human health, that's an aspect of it. How to collaborate more effectively and more efficiently so that we're not continually reinventing the wheel, that human thing of this is mine, like how do we move past that to build on each other's practices. This human dimension it's vast and it's top of mind everywhere. And as an example, Texan by Nature has worked with so many of you in the room on various initiatives, and I'll give an example on collaboration up front, because a lot of our partners talk about how do you do partnership better, how do you get the most from each expert. And one example of building a standardized approach is the dark skies example of doing dark skies for migratory season as well as for research purposes. And so our learnings in building a coalition, we worked with the McDonald Observatory first in putting together the best practices, but then ultimately started working with Texas Conservation Alliance, the Perot Museum, Audubon, Texas, who's now leading the charge, and all of their local chapters, Texas A&M University, Texas Parks and Wildlife, and Cornell Lab of Ornithology. And our learnings over the course of time were really around standardizing the message coming from all groups. How do you get everybody to understand and see and act? Standardize that message. Consistency and outreach, central avenues of communication, clear metrics, and of course, recognition. We saw from a collaboration and a coalition building standpoint that those were the key ingredients towards a recipe for success. It takes all of us working together and engaging in a standardized and consistent way to truly move the needle on an initiative. And Lights Out Texas has been a resounding success, as has the Dark Skies work that is being done out in West Texas near the McDonald Observatory. So today we'll dig into these types of best-in-class examples: special communities, nature's impact on health and mental well-being, supply chain, decision-making, and corporate strategy, workforce expectations for environmental stewardship, coalition building, of course, and community engagement. The projects that you're about to hear from exemplify the diversity of human needs and the diversity of leadership within conservation and provide examples on where to go. During this session, we'll hear from Steve Jimenez, the CEO for Hives for Heroes, Sean Clinton, Senior Vice President of Supply Chain Management at Texas Health Resources, Sarah Schlesinger, CEO at Texas Water Foundation, and Carla Ibarra, Director of Corporate Marketing and Social Responsibility for NRG. As a reminder, you can submit questions online, info@texanbynature.org, or via the YouTube stream. Steve, please join me.
Well, good morning, everybody. So glad to see all your happy faces here. First, I'd like to start off with gratitude, similar to a great example, Joni. First off, thank you, Ms. Bush, for the vision, the ability to put this on. Such wonderful people, organizations that are involved in this, so we're grateful to be a part of this. Also, the Georgia Bush Library in general, because we have our wonderful bees here on your property, and also Robert for being able to coordinate a lot of that. Joni, Texan by Nature, and all your team, amazing successes throughout that, and thank y'all for allowing us to be a part of that, and also all the amazing sponsors that she already mentioned, so we don't have to go through. And congrats to all the award recipients as well. We kind of know your journey, or feel your journey, have some empathy for that, so I'm glad you're doing such amazing work and being recognized. And for us, most importantly, thank you to all the Hives for Heroes board members, staff, mentors, participants, and collaborators. Your tireless efforts, amazing hearts, talents, and resources have allowed us the opportunity to build something unique and truly beautiful. So our mission at Hives for Heroes is connecting veterans to beekeeping. And what we do is provide purpose and healthy, accountable relationships in local communities throughout the United States, and now entering into Australia and also the UK. Everything we do is the vision of saving bees and saving vets, and ultimately that is going through us and to our families, right? What do we leave as a legacy? If you don't know the importance of bees yet, no bees, no food, no us, right? Awesome. Well, definitely the most important thing on this slide, this is a little bit of my background, just so you know where I'm coming from, the most important thing on this is my kids. So what kind of legacy do we leave for our families? And how do we do that? And how do we have an impact on the ability to actually make changes and decisions to do that on a daily basis? So again, we're talking about families, our families here in this room, and also the future of our planet. Our purpose is really four ways, right? We do three things really well. We connect veterans to beekeeping, right? We do three things. One, connecting them to a hive, connecting them to a mentor, and connecting them to themselves. And really, we have four words that contribute to that. And these are our core values, and everything around the organization is built on these core values: purpose, relationships, service, and connection. So let's start with connection. So far in the 3 years that we've been in existence, last year we were actually guests here and are so amazingly privileged to be actually on this stage now. But we were guests. We've basically tripled in size. We now have 2,700 veterans in the organization that we contribute with directly. Also, just in case you were wondering, we are not a 100% veteran organization. We utilize the entire community because essentially 3% of the population is veterans, right? So if we only served veterans and veterans only serve veterans, it would be very difficult to do what we do as we connect mentors all over the country. So 2,700 participants in the organization currently. Our purpose is really stewardship, finding something bigger than yourself in order for you not to be depressed, isolated, unhealthy, for example. So actually during COVID, we expanded greatly because there was a disconnection in people, right? We were isolated, and what we ended up doing was going outside in a safe environment, helping the environment, and being able to still connect with each other. And so these relationships right now, we've had over 1,500 connections of peer-to-peer mentors throughout the country. The purpose piece, additionally, is those 1,500 mentors. But inside of that, we've had over 1 billion bees in our network. And that's correct, that's 1 billion with a B. So in 3 years, we've connected so many people that there are now 1 billion bees inside of our organization in 1,700 different cities in the country. And also, what we always do is serve others well. You know, we have a military background, obviously, service comes first. Mission accomplishment, save bees, save vets. Troop welfare, how do we take care of each other? So in that service side, we have over 50,000 square miles being pollinated as we speak. Pretty amazing, right? And over 60,000 mentor hours in 2022 alone. 60,000 volunteer hours in 22 alone. So I'd like to take you through some of these pictures. And we love sharing pictures, we love sharing videos and stories because each story is a human whose life has been altered, in our case, and impacted by nature. And in our case, the honeybee. If you also want to see something like pretty amazing, we will actually be aired on the History Channel as well on November 11th, which is the Veterans Day, and that will be at 9 o'clock Central, so a little plug. Awesome. These guys and girls are amazing. I'm going to go through 2 stories real quick. Greg Burns is on the left-hand side. He runs Nature's Image Farms. Amazing person, amazing leader, community leader, and he has been able to take up the torch in Ohio for us. He runs a learning yard in his community, which we do all over the country again. We do them in Houston, we do them in San Antonio, we do them in Austin, so hopefully we see some of your faces out there. And we're glad, absolutely glad to bring on people and teach them and train them, at least get them an experience in a bee suit, because it's absolutely life-changing. The guy on the right-hand side, top right, his name is Ron Ray. He's an Army veteran who had an addiction to alcohol. And after he found honeybees through Hives for Heroes, he went from 1 hive in his first year with his mentor, Bill Wren, to 64 hives, started his own company, Arc Hive, and now literally is able to put food on the table for his family in a single year because he was driven and we just gave him the opportunity to do so. One thing that we talk about in our organization is we do everything legally, morally, and ethically correct, so be as creative as you'd like to be. And we're giving you an opportunity, not a hand out, but a hand up. This is actually me in the backyard. I didn't realize that was there. That's a great one. This is one of me and my board members out in the backyard in Houston, Texas. That's one of our hives. That actually went to one of our corporate clients. Most specifically on this slide, I'd like to talk about the bottom left picture there. That picture is on this campus. So, in our break times, if you want to, I would gladly take you out to go see the bees. They're on the property out here that is beautifully manicured and taken care of by Robert. And also, the beekeeper is here. She's out there, Miss Sandra Smith, who is actually here present, who takes care of the bees on these property every week, and also has produced honey from here. Specifically, what I'd like to talk about is those bottom yellow pieces. Those are 2 fallen warriors. So what we do is honor warriors that have fallen previously. The person on the left is actually a Vietnam veteran who thought that he would never be remembered. And all of a sudden, he's on the presidential library where everybody gets to see, and he will be always remembered through these hives. So we're really proud of the things that we do when it comes to our programming, what we do as people in our communities. and also like how we affect the environment. So again, what we were talking about was the 50,000 square miles pollinated currently. And let's see. Oh man, we got plenty of time. This is great. We have all these notes. I want to go back, but I don't know if I'm gonna actually press the red button and take over everything. So the bees that are here are actually incredibly unique. So you know how the president actually has the Marine Corps, right? They're always guarded by the Marine Corps. So we would like to actually take the presidential libraries throughout the United States as well, not only here, but also Austin, College Station, and others like Reagan Library, et cetera, so that we can be the president's B team, right? So we have the president's own and the president's B team. I think it's gonna be a great hit. I don't know if I can go back. Can I go back? Okay. Let me talk about a couple other stories. How we started was 4 people in the Houston area sharing their stories. Humans have impacts. We're talking about the human dimension. My transition from the military service was, I would call, terrible. I came back from OEF and got very, very involved in professional life. So I worked with Eaton, I worked with Halliburton, I was very successful in the business private structure, right? But personally, I was dying inside. So my family suffered from that. I suffered from that, right? So eventually I ended up getting divorced, having to start an entire new life, but I was the one that was depressed and isolated. Bees saved my life, and that's why we're here today. It's done it, thank you. This story is not unique, in my opinion, because we hear it so often. The stories that we hear from veterans that are all over the country are alone, isolated, depressed, loss of purpose, loss of relationships, loss of active service, right? These are things that we truly desire, things that we want so badly when we get out, but we don't know what to do with it. So losing that purpose, right? These are why our core values are so important to us. They're exactly what we need. Purpose, relationships, connection, service. All these things I know are a human factor because I'm sure that y'all are feeling it right now. Whether it's a corporate job or you're in the military or not, it's still the same feeling. We all want to be connected to ourselves, to nature, to each other. Find purpose bigger than ourselves. Sometimes we go to work and we feel like zombies, right? I know I used to feel like that. I don't feel like that anymore. Our staff is so incredible that they wake up on a daily basis and are smiling, happy to be a part of this. You know, Charles the other day, as he was being interviewed for something, he was literally like, I can't believe that I get to wake up every day and talk to veterans and connect them to beekeeping all over the country. What does that sound like? Literally our mission. We get to stay on point every time we talk. Every staff meeting we have, it starts and ends with our mission statement. We're very, very focused. Relationships, healthy, accountable relationships. People that you can trust, people that have the same code as you, but also the ability to serve them. And that's where the service component comes in. Whether it's the bees doing their service, which is just living and existing, right? Pollinating plants that make our environment healthier, right? Again, no plants, no food, no us. That's a huge component, but we also get to serve each other. We get to serve our veterans, we get to serve the community, whether that's a removal or a rescue. Those things sometimes get a little hairy. We went to and did one for a senator in South Houston, and the entire front of a house was completely filled with honeybees. That individual had been in that house and not being able to use his front door for 3 years. 3 years that guy could not go into his own home through his front door. And we got reached out to, and we went out and took care of it for him. It took an entire day. It took 6 of us to do it. It was terrible, by the way. This wasn't our second year. We probably didn't have all the right equipment we needed. But those kinds of things actually help people, right, in our communities. And then we relocated those bees, and we put them in a yard, and those bees survived, which is really cool. So what we talk about as well is, when you're talking about the bigger picture of things, is education, teaching kids, doing STEM days at Technique FMC, which one of our sponsors is here today too, which I'm very grateful for. We go to STEM days and we teach these kids, and they get so excited because it's usually robotics and technology and all the cool stuff. but we have an observation hive there, and they swarm to it, no pun intended. It's pretty fantastic to see the kids and how they light up with these creatures that literally change our lives and impact our lives, all as what we used to call in the military silent professionals. They don't get thank yous. Nobody sees them. They're pollinating with or without you, whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not. They're doing their jobs without thanks or recognition. And that's how we as veterans on that silent professional piece feel. And that's a good thing, serving well. So I'd like to close up by really just talking about the gratitude that we have for this organization, the stage in which they've allowed us to have, the ability for an organization to be so hyper-local yet national because of the impact that we're making at a hyper-local level. So, man, I just challenge you guys, everybody in this room, everybody online, now that you've heard who we are, what we do, why we do it, our purpose, and how much bigger that is, and the impact that we're making, I challenge you just to connect with us. Go online, hivesforheroes.com, meet us out in the foyer, wherever that is. Connect with us as we work together to secure our family's future. Thank you.
Good morning. A few things here. I feel bad. I have, I think, 15 slides. You had 2 and backed up. Unbelievable. So, as mentioned, I'm Sean Clinton. I'm the Senior Vice President of Supply Chain for Texas Health Resources. And I'll be honest with you, up until about 2.5 years ago, it was a nice, quiet life. So I could list many people to thank. I just want to thank all of y'all, seriously. You guys have been patient with us. You've supported us through what has to be one of the most trying times in healthcare. So get a little choked up there. Thank you very much for having us on this stage today. So a few slides first about Texas Health Resources. We're big. We're one of the largest faith-based systems in the United States. This slide covers a lot of the numbers. The one I want to call you to is at the top, 27,000 plus employees. This year we celebrate our 25th anniversary as a healthcare system here in North Texas. We had just over 10,000 25 years ago. The human dimension has become huge for us. It is ingrained in everything we do, as you might imagine. Of those 27,000 employees that exist today, 40% of those have started with us in the last 2 years. There's been tremendous churn. So it forces us to focus on the human dimension in everything we do. One more quick. You said I could aim this anywhere. Okay. There's one more advertisement for Texas Health. These are some of the awards and recognitions from the past couple of years. And I'm hopeful that when you see this slide, you can see just how important the human dimension is to us. Leave that up there for a second. We're very, very proud of what we've been able to accomplish. Okay. Enough with the marketing stuff. Okay, challenge for healthcare. It won't come as a surprise when I tell you healthcare is large, complex, lots of moving parts. Wait, I was also told not to move around, right? So this is trying very hard, guys. I have a lot of nervous energy. It's also quite wasteful, and it challenges us to take a holistic look at how we consider our community's impact. No longer is it just the folks who walk into the 4 walls of our care centers. It's much broader than that. Healthcare is notoriously wasteful, a one-and-done mentality. And sometimes it's just because of habit. It's not because it's safety, It's just because of habit. So that's our challenge in healthcare right now, is how do we make a better footprint environmentally and socially? Things have started to change, I'm happy to say, but there's still a lot of work to do. So these next few slides, I'm going to cover some of the things we're doing. Some of these may be very familiar to you in the audience. Some of these may not be as familiar to you. And hopefully when we have the Q&A session, you don't ask me any questions about how some of this exactly works, because this is a lot of work by my colleagues at Texas Health as well. So we're building with purpose. I'm sure you guys have seen the tremendous growth that DFW has gone through. I talked some about our growth. We are growing rapidly. Right now, on that one slide I showed you with the stats, that was 395 points of access. That slide was created 1 month ago. As of today, we are up over 400 points of access. So it's crazy. I got to look at the web every day to find out where I got to ship stuff. So one of the things we're doing as we build is we look at the Framework for Design Excellence and the American Institute of Architecture's 2030 commitment goals to incorporate the latest around the wellness of the occupants, as well as the footprint of the building we are actually creating. So this is a picture of the Justin Tower, recently completed, recently opened over on our Fort Worth campus. But some of you may be familiar, if you live in the area, with our Texas Health Alliance campus. That has won many, many awards around its conservation efforts and the way it was built. If you've never seen that facility, don't wait until you get sick. Just go by. It's beautiful. So. All right. Who came expecting to see a picture of a chiller? So. Okay, so like every healthcare system, any large healthcare system, we have a tremendous amount of infrastructure that we have to take care of on an annual basis. So we've started doing that by upgrading, not necessarily replacing, because as you might imagine, replacing some of this big equipment is quite hard. But when it comes time to upgrade, we do it in a conscious way. So chillers, doing that. On the other side is a picture of a tunnel washer. For those of you who've never been in a commercial laundry, shame on you. It's tremendously fun, and during the hot Texas summers, it's like a sauna. It's just beautiful. So this is the tunnel washer at our new laundry, or the new tunnel washer at our laundry. We actually participate in a laundry co-op with some other health systems here in town. This tunnel washer is similar to some of the washing machines you can buy on the market now. It senses how much water is needed to actually clean stuff. It does a really good job of that, and we installed this a couple of years ago, and it saves thousands upon thousands of gallons of water every year. So this is part of what we do with our infrastructure. Okay, so how are we doing? I can't go anywhere without producing a graph. So the blue is the total square footage associated with the buildings we own wholly as Texas Health Resources. The orange is an energy intensity measure. So there are two things to take away from this. One, our square footage has increased over the last decade by almost 24%. Our energy consumption has only gone up by 10%. So the energy we use per square foot, that orange line, has really started to drop. It's gone off a cliff and it continues to go down. This is through 2022. I don't have numbers for 23 yet, but we know it's trending even further down. And to give you an idea, most of that increased energy use is with electricity right now. Natural gas usage for us has actually gone down 2% over the last decade. So that's my chart for the day. Okay. We talked some about the human dimension at the very beginning. Everything we do is driven by our promise statement. It's very short, individuals caring for individuals together. But I think nothing expresses the human dimension for us better than that. So I'll leave that up there for a second. It is critical for us to treat our coworkers, our public, and our communities with this exact statement in mind. Hey, look, I'm not having to back up. Yeah, that's right, thanks. So as we go out into the communities and consider the human dimension in what we're doing, these are a few of the pictures that I want to share with you, and I'm sorry, I'm going to turn around. You'll see the back of my head for a second. Top left is us setting up the vaccination clinics for Tarrant County. Top right, this is community health and charity care. We have a huge charity care presence across the 16 counties we serve. The bottom two pictures are a project that we're particularly proud of. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Blue Zones, but this is Blue Zones Fort Worth. We actually are very focused on food deserts in underserved areas. We've been able to work with the local government there in Fort Worth and get some empty lots rezoned so that we can actually plant sustainable farms, small urban farms. On the bottom left, we also create food pantries for those in underserved areas so that they are able to get what they need. This is really focused on healthy choices and the ability to have those healthy choices easily obtained. All right, finally a slide about my stuff. Let me get to the notes. You think I know this one by heart. Recent study found that over 60% of emissions in healthcare actually involve the supply chain. So it's not something to be proud of. So we are doing what we can to offset that, and I'm going to talk about a few of those things now. We do recycle. I'm sure all of you recycle as well. I want you to think of a health system our size and the amount of stuff we could possibly recycle. This started out small about a decade ago, and it's grown. We have removed so many tons of waste going into the landfills. I don't even have the exact number. I've got the exact number on a couple of things here, but I don't even know how much over the decade. Last year is over 2 million pounds that we kept from going to the landfill. I talked some about the one and done mentality. There are also things we can look at that are reusable. There's been a stigma around reusable in healthcare for a long time. That is being overcome. So we certainly reprocess stuff that can be reprocessed safely, and we partner with the National Forest Foundation to make sure that we get credit for planting trees as this stuff is reprocessed. It's a really unique program. Last year, we got credit for planting more than 1,200 trees, so we're pretty proud about that. A recent project involves plastic. There are sharps containers. I'll use terms, just say I have no idea what he's talking about. Sharps containers are those things they put the needles and syringes in when they're done using them. They're made from plastic. We used to send those directly out to the landfill when they got full as medical waste, right? We now have those reprocessed so that that does not create any sort of waste. It takes a lot of work to reprocess these guys, but I will tell you, here's what we say by reprocessing these. 610,000 pounds of greenhouse gases and in the production and transport of these, and we have kept plastic out of the environment. I read something once that blew me away, that every piece of plastic ever made still exists on this planet in some form or fashion. That really, really struck a nerve with me. Okay, I hate to make it sound all good. There are still some challenges that really exist. I don't know how well this came out on the slide, but on the left there, that's polyvinyl chloride, PVC. There are a tremendous number of medical products that are made with PVC. We are trying to find ways to either manufacture them differently or find ways to source something different that is biodegradable. This is a huge challenge for us in healthcare right now. On the right, I talked some about the emissions. We have very long supply chains, very fragile, long supply chains. And I'm going to touch on that in a second. So we are trying to figure out how can we reduce that footprint. So we've done it in ways I never thought possible. We've begun to vertically integrate the supply chain. These two pictures are an exam glove factory being built in Fort Worth by Honeywell. For those not familiar with the exam glove market, over 90% of all exam gloves come from Southeast Asia. And they're also a very water-intensive product to make. You may not think that a tremendous amount of water is used in the production of exam gloves. This plant and others like it that we've invested in are very sustainable. This actually recycles more than 80% of the water used in glove manufacturing. This is really, really cool. This is revolutionary. We have invested, along with other health systems, in plants like this that are close to us here so that we can keep those emissions off the road and be able to transport stuff way more effectively. It also shores up a very valuable supply chain. So you guys did, I'm surprised you guys didn't think I'd get up here and give you 20 slides on COVID. So I'm amazed I didn't either. I will tell you my marketing group thought I would, so. All right, I'm going to leave you with this. This is very, very hard to see. Some of you may be familiar with this photograph and the quote that goes with it, but to me, nothing expresses the human dimension more. In 1990, Voyager 1, as it was leaving our solar system, turned around, took a picture of Earth. That's in the white circle up there. Carl Sagan wrote a book called The Pale Blue Dot and talked about this photograph. This, to me, sums up everything, guys. It's the only home we have. And thank you.
Good morning. How are y'all? Good. My name is Sarah. I'm the CEO of Texas Water Foundation, and I'm so pleased to be with you this morning. Texas Water Foundation is a statewide, nonpartisan nonprofit that works in water policy, in workforce and leadership initiatives, and in this little tiny task of building a statewide water campaign. We were founded 20 years ago with the mission of making the critical role that water plays in our landscapes, in our industries, in our everyday lives, connected to the everyday Texan. And at the root of our work is a recognition that it's about humans making decisions at every scale. And so we are working towards building water champions at the legislature, in our workforce, in our industries. So it's my privilege today to be able to tell you a little bit about our work and specifically to share how we're doing that through a statewide water campaign called Texas Runs on Water. Technically, I'm a water scientist, but over the years I found that I am taking a lot more time studying humans than water. Like Joni, I love systems, and humans are fascinating. So I want to start today by inviting you to consider a few philosophical questions. How do we make decisions about how we allocate resources? And what is the role of the human story in that decision? So carry that with you today. My working theory is that we decide to allocate things based on what we care about. And the role of the story, the human, deeply personal story, is a part of that process. So to tell you about the campaign, I am a water scientist. I first have to tell you a little bit about Texas's water story. And it's this: perpetual drought punctuated by disastrous flood. Texas has always been and will always be a high water risk state. And that is to deal with water scarcity, with quantity of water. It has to do with flooding. It has to do with infrastructure decay. It has to do with workforce. It has to do with so many things. And actually, to steal from you, Steve, no water, no everything. I guess that's where I would go with it. We are one of the fastest growing states in the nation. We have one of the strongest economies in the world, and it should be no surprise to you that we are also challenged with water insecurity. You may have come here today thinking that oil and gas was the root of the Texas miracle. It's not. I'm here to tell you it's water. So let me tell you a little bit about our forecast. We know that we're expected to see about a 70% population increase in the next 50 years. Let that number sink in for a second. And with that increased population growth is going to come increased demand, which is currently projected at 17%. Unfortunately, simultaneously, we're projecting that our existing water supplies are going to decline. And that is in part due to depleting groundwater resources and in part due to the impacts of climate change on our available surface water. So whatever industry you're from, whatever sector, you can see here that there's a challenge, and it should concern every single one of you. Fortunately, Texas does have a plan, and I'm happy to tell you the good news is that Texas is ahead of the curve, not just nationally, but internationally, in having a state water plan that looks at that supply and demand curve. And every 5 years, stakeholders from across the state in a decentralized grassroots planning effort come up with water management strategies on how we're going to meet that supply and demand. And those strategies include things like desal and reuse and reservoirs and aquifer storage and recovery and a whole lot of demand management as well. So we do have a plan, and we even have a funding mechanism as well to allow for those water management strategies to be implemented. And I encourage you to look at the 2022 water plan. The Texas Water Development Board has an incredible interactive website that allows you to dig into it. I'm not going to lay out the full plan, but what I do want to provide is drawing your attention to two things. The first is that municipal or urban water usage is our fastest growing water use segment in the state. It used to be irrigation, but increasingly it is urban and municipal use. And that's because that population increase that's coming to Texas is predominantly coming to Houston, to Dallas, and to Austin and San Antonio, sometimes referred to as the Texas Triangle, right? So as we think about where water is going to be coming from and where our largest water challenges are going to be, you have to think about it in that context. The second thing that I want to draw your attention to is that of all the water management strategies in that plan, over 45% of our future water use is going to need to come from conservation and reuse. Okay, so a broad category called demand management, and there's a number of nuances there. And typically when we talk about conservation, the image that comes to mind for most people is a child learning to turn off the tap when they brush their teeth, right? And that's important. Behavior change is important. The other image that comes up may be outdoor irrigation uses, and that's important. A big portion of our water goes to maintaining lawns and the image of what it is that we think homes should look like. Now, another piece of conservation efficiency that's less well known is the water that we lose in our infrastructure. So while we've seen conservation and efficiency programs significantly reduce water on a household level, on the individual level, water supply for urban usage is still a challenge, predominantly because our infrastructure is aging and it's fragile. Aging and fragile water loss from depreciating pipelines continue to make up a significant water usage. And here I note that there's a recent study that was put out by Texas Living Waters that found that Texas is losing 572,000 acre-feet of water per year, which is the equivalent to the 2020 water demand of Austin, Fort Worth, El Paso, Laredo, and Lubbock combined. Okay. So if we know that Texas has this water security challenge, and we know that it's enormous and it has to do with a systemic one, it has to do with infrastructure and planning and funding, why does it matter that the individual be involved? How can something as large and as complicated as water be impacted by the individual? Well, I think it's because what we care about as an individual informs the collective. It informs our behavior, how and where we build, what we buy, how we vote, and whether or not we choose to invest money into infrastructure. So, our itty-bitty tiny little challenge is to build a statewide water campaign that's going to connect the individual to the story of Texas. whatever the story is for you, right? And for some people, it might be caring about wild landscapes, and for others, it might be the economy, or it might be high school football, beer, or barbecue. Whatever it is you care about, water keeps it running. So now, the need for a statewide campaign is not a new one, and Texas Water Foundation can't claim credit for that. In fact, it has been referenced and called for in various pieces of legislation over the past few decades, and there have been various attempts. And there's another campaign that was very successful that tapped into that Texas story that you're all familiar with. Don't mess with Texas, right? Everybody in Texas knows don't mess with Texas because it tapped into that deep sense of Texas pride. But what a lot of people don't know is that it was actually an anti-littering campaign that was formed in the 1980s and was successful in reducing highway littering by 70% in just a few years. And since then, it's transcended its campaign and become ubiquitous with who we are as Texans, right? It's a slogan that you hear in the state and outside of the state. Unlike littering, however, water is a little bit more nuanced, right? There isn't a singular issue or a single action. So what we had to do was come up with an umbrella concept that could be localized. So it's Dallas runs on water. Houston runs on water. The Astros run on water. I don't know. The ideas can keep coming and we can keep working on it. And so what made Don't Mess with Texas so successful is they used the formula of pride plus action, right? And they combined the two. So we've drawn a lot of inspiration from that formula, and we also knew that we weren't going to be able to attack a single problem with a singular action as well. So water security, as we learned, is complex, and it's location specific. So we decided that we would tie it to things that make Texans feel connected to the things that they care about, and tie it to your local communities, to your regions, to your industries. So we started by building out our campaign architecture, focusing on our tone, on our persona, on our campaign purpose, and as we went deeper and deeper into this, we discovered that it was important that the tone and the personas of the campaign be localized and to be about the communities in which they were located. And so we tested in 3 different pilot markets last year. We selected 3, Houston, the Panhandle, and the Hill Country, because each have a very different relationship with water. Each have very different set of challenges. In Houston, one of our most diverse metroplexes in the nation, has the dual challenge of conservation while still the very active memory and trauma of flood. The Panhandle, whose success is largely informed by irrigation and oil and gas, has a depleting aquifer that is going to change the landscape for generations to come. And in the Hill Country, where we're seeing a lot of that population growth, is juxtaposed with an ecologically fragile zone. So we tested in each of these, and it looked really different in each place, right? This is pilot phasing. So we tried a little bit of everything. In Houston, we partnered with the Houston Public Utility, Houston Water, here with us today. And we took a grassroots approach combined with large social media spends. Hobby Airport, botanical gardens, grocery TV ads, gas station ads, water bills, radio, etc. In the Panhandle, we partnered with the Panhandle Groundwater District, also here with us today, and local ABC 7 News, and ran weekly 6 p.m. news segments on Panhandle Runs on Water. They're going to be airing one tonight as well. We ran extensive social media campaigns and even commissioned a mural with a local nonprofit in Amarillo. In the Hill Country, we focused on a social media campaign tailored to speak to the cultural and ecological complexities and connection of the region. And of course, no campaign would be complete without really cool swag. So those are our hats. And what we learned in our first 6 months of running the campaign is that people were resonating with it. They liked this localized Houston Runs on Water concept, and we set the goal initially of hitting a 25% brand awareness metric, which our marketing experts told us was a totally unfeasible goal, which would take millions of dollars in several years. And with just a few $100,000, because of philanthropic support like the Meadows Foundation, we reached 34.5% in the Panhandle, almost 21% in Houston, and 16% in the Hill Country. And of course, while we were doing that, growing and testing our pilot markets, we also worked in growing our statewide presence on social media. And I pull this up because I continually find myself perplexed that I talk about TikTok while talking about water policy, but that reel in the center hit 14 million views in just a few weeks, went viral. And Chet, the day tripper, even gave us a shout out, and that was pretty cool. That was a good day. So one of the biggest challenges has been answering the question, okay, so what's the ask? What's the action you're trying to inspire? What's the second half of that pride plus action formula? And the truth is, we don't know yet. That's the truth. We have been working with the best water conservation experts, behavior change scientists, and general water nerds in Texas to answer the question, and the answer is it's complex, just like water security is in Texas. And so we're giving ourselves a couple more years to figure that out, but we have a hunch that it's not going to be a singular action, that it's going to have to be tied to time, to place, and to space, just like the campaign. So what comes next is new pilot markets. We're going to expand and try to do this campaign in far west Texas and in South Texas and see how different communities respond to it. New partnerships, a heck of a lot of fundraising. Brand ambassadors. Brand ambassadors are going to be huge in how it is that we transition into talking about how the industry responds to this as well. And of course, industry partners. So in 2 years that we've been visualizing this campaign and building it, we've learned a lot, and we still have a lot to learn. But perhaps the most important thing that we've learned is that Texas Runs on Water is a story about people, and it's a deeply personal one. It is about how water is shaping each community's history, how it is shaping its present, and how it will shape its future. And it's about providing a movement that's going to belong to each of you. I want to pause on this slide. It's the mural that we did in Amarillo that we did with a local nonprofit that engages high school students. And we were really struck by the design that they proposed to us. And what I see, this is my artistic interpretation, is it's an homage to the past of the Panhandle. You see up in the clouds the cowboy tipping its hat to the cattle and the windmills. The access to the Ogallala is what created the boom in the Panhandle that allowed the agricultural sector that the Texas economy so relies on to flourish. And so it's kind of in the past, and there's a beautiful homage to it, but front and center is a child looking you straight in the eye, asking you what decisions you're going to make sure that she has a future. So I'd like to end how I started, with some questions, some philosophical questions for you. An invitation to you as conservation partners, as industry leaders. If we're successful in branding water as a part of all the things that inspire Texas pride, what role can industry play in that momentum? What role can industry play in modeling good practices, like the beautiful ones we just heard about? And what role can industry play in encouraging decision makers to invest in water security? We think that Texas Runs on Water is a way to start that conversation, and we're so looking forward to having it with you. So thank you so much for your time.
I know, I'm short, so I'm just going to address the elephant in the room, yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you, Texan by Nature. Thank you, Joni. Thank you, everyone, for also just being here and listening to all of us. I'd first like to begin my presentation today talking a little bit about who we are in NRG Energy. Okay, so during my time at NRG, I've had the pleasure of wearing many hats, but the role that I am most proud of is having the opportunity to demonstrate who we are and what we value as an organization, as a culture, and as a team. As I have taken on the task of overseeing our Positive NRG program, what we refer to as a philanthropic arm of NRG, my work has been focused on projects, initiatives, volunteer efforts, and community engagement that demonstrates our core beliefs and values as an organization. Our philanthropic initiatives provide us with clear opportunities to be positive contributors to our communities, and how we have taken part demonstrates what we as an organization value the most: people. Our panel today is about the human dimension. And NRG, as many organizations represented here today, is one focused on people. From providing the services and resources that add to our customers' values, to being a positive contributor to our communities, to fostering a supportive environment for our employees, we believe people are our most important asset and responsibility. Whether they are our customers, neighbors, or our employees, people are the foundation of our values as well, particularly what we at NRG call our power values, pun intended, which include safety and well-being, customer focus, collaboration, accountability, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. The foundation of our organization and these values demonstrate our people-focused approach or our human dimension focus. And it is this focus that drives our progress, purpose, and success as an organization. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about Positive NRG and our philosophy for the program. Glad I remembered to click on that one. For us, our values help define our why. And Positive NRG is what makes it actionable and measurable. At the center of our thoughts and our decisions regarding how we can best make an impact is always a focus on helping our people. And in our efforts to make a positive difference, we focus our work on what we believe and where we feel we can best make an impact. And with this in mind, we have defined 4 pillars that guide our social impact initiatives. Choice and education. We believe in the role these have in driving innovative outcomes, from customized energy solutions to empowered decision-making. Community, because we power more than homes and businesses. It is very important for us to be part of the diverse communities we serve as a trusted partner and inclusive neighbor. Resilience and sustainability. We are experts in powering through the everyday and unfortunately through the unexpected. Is what we bring to our customers and our communities when they need it most. And well-being, health and safety drive our company. We are committed to supporting the well-being of our employees today and into the future. And Positive NRG's values and actions reflect our voice and our commitment to the communities we serve and the world at large. And I am very excited to have the opportunity to show you today how these pillars came together to support a small rural community in the heart of Texas. The NRG Dewey Prairie Garden is a community garden located in Donnie, Texas, on 10 acres of reclaimed lignite mine. The Conservation and Hunger Project, managed by Texan by Nature, is focused on helping alleviate food insecurity in 3 different counties, and is a project that we at NRG are very excited and dedicated to. This project began as a way to ensure that with the closure of the mine, we could repurpose the property in a way that would continue to serve this Texas community. Following detailed research into the needs of the community around the Jewett Mine, Freestone, Limestone, and the Leon counties, respectively, we discovered that there was a desperate need for fresh produce. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Feeding America, these counties are food deserts. They are suffering from insecurity rates approximately 51% higher than the national average. And in addition to that, many residents live more than 10 miles away from the nearest grocery store. Understanding this, we knew there was no better way to ensure that the mine remained an important resource to the community than to reform the lignite mine into a garden that could provide fresh produce. I am not happy that I did not remember to turn that slide. So I will say that. Now, our journey began in 2019 when NRG approached Texan by Nature to collaborate regarding the best use for a reclaimed mine located in the community of Jewett, Texas. As a leader in collaborative conservation initiatives and an invaluable partner, Texan assisted by providing us with guidance, research, planning, partner development, and program management to help us begin this large-scale community garden project. With their assistance and expertise, as well as with the collaboration of local agricultural offices, a coalition of food banks, and a master gardener, we began the initial work that was needed to get started with this massive project. The garden broke ground in March of 2021. Now, this project is not simply NRG's. It is the result of the collaboration between us, Texan by Nature, Texas Master Gardeners, the Texas A&M Agriculture Extension, and the local Food Pantry Coalition. Design partners rooted in also helped us developing sustainable garden designs tailored to focus to the food of highest need in the area. And the garden also serves as an example of the importance of reusing and repurposing. Materials like PVC, tanks, and a solar array that were once used in the mine were perfect for reuse in the new garden. In the fall of 2021, the first garden planting took place. Through surveying and collaborating with the local food pantry leaders, we determined what were the foods of highest need. Those included leafy greens, like kale, mustard, spinach, and collards, green beans, tomatoes, and cucumbers. And if you're getting hungry, I am with you, but we will have lunch very soon. And this year, during the spring, the opening of the garden took place, and it was a big, big milestone for us. The first harvest of produce distributed through the Food Pantry Coalition started at the end of March and has continued every month since then through the hard work of our master gardener, Debbie Glaze, who is shown in the picture there holding the trays, as well as volunteers, many of whom are NRG employees and who have provided their time to help Debbie and us get the garden started up and running. Now, the garden is intended to be a multi-purpose space that can firstly reclaim and return the lignite mine into a project focused on conserving and supporting the local ecology. And secondly, a community support site that provides both much-needed resources, such as produce, but also provides opportunities for education around such topics as gardening and healthy eating. In addition to growing produce, the garden will produce native and nectar plants that provide habitat to food to butterflies and other pollinators, to create a healthy ecosystem in which the garden can thrive. And with our volunteers and partners, we wish for the garden to help feed the community for many years to come. Locally, so many of our employees live and work here, and we are very, very excited to also be able to provide vegetables grown right there and where they live, where they work, and in our very own Texas soil. And our hope for the garden down the road is for it to produce at its full capacity 10,000 pounds of fresh produce a year, which would then be donated to local food pantries in the three-county area that we mentioned, providing up to 3,000 residents a year with the fresh produce and supply healthy food. We also wish for the garden to serve as a demonstration one that will provide educational opportunities for local K-12 school districts, 4-H opportunities focused on youth horticulture education, and FFA programs, along with other organizations in the area to support healthy habits and local interest in conservation. Now, as many of you have mentioned in the panel today, we have had some lessons learned along the way, especially with the breadth of this garden project. It's 1 acre and counting. If you'll remember, we want to get to 10. Manpower has and continues to be something we are contending with as we work toward bringing the garden to its full potential. And to overcome this, we have employed the help of some of our plant workers who live in the area, the help of our amazing master gardener, Debbie, that we showed you earlier. And they can help with some of the regular labor that the farm requires, including planting, management, and harvesting. We will also continue to rely on the support of our garden network, whether it is our food pantry partners, Texan by Nature, or our relationship with the local 4-H programs and others to bring the garden to life. Additionally, in the beginning, the garden unfortunately struggled a little bit with pest control, but we solved this by acquiring 2 lovely kittens, Bella and Dewey, to help protect the crops and the barn. Now, in closing, as you can see, this project represents our values as an organization and the pillars of positive energy that I mentioned in the beginning: choice and education, community, resilience and sustainability, and well-being. And we are very proud of the work that we have been able to accomplish with the help of a dedicated community. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today, and I look forward to continuing our conversation in the next part. Thank you.
Thank you to each of our speakers. At this time, we will start a round of Q&A. I believe Amy and Jenny will have microphones. So if you do have a question, please raise your hand and we will get to you and utilize the microphone. And again, for those online, you can ask questions into the YouTube stream. We do have someone managing and answering questions there, as well as sending email to info@texanbynature.org.
Hi, am I on? Yes, okay. Sarah Coles with Texas Children and Nature Network. My question is for Sean. Thank you so much for sharing about how Texas Health Resources has been really working to reduce your footprint and your conservation modeling. My question is, we are seeing increasing research showing how regular time outdoors and in nature is important for our physical and mental health, and particularly child development. And so how are you all incorporating nature into your health interventions through the work that you're doing at the hospital as well?
Great question. So I think really as we design new buildings, we make sure there are garden areas and large outdoor areas there. Can't always be done with existing campuses, but we are trying to create footprints that incorporate that into new building. As far as, I can't answer clinically what we are doing, unfortunately, but I will tell you from a design perspective, it's vital for us to bring the outdoors in and the indoors out, so.
Thank you, Sean.
Sure.
Good morning, Regan Caseman. I'm part of the corporate citizenship program at Enbridge, and maybe just a statement for Sarah. I do try to encourage my children and my husband to turn off the water when they are brushing their teeth.
Great.
I've been doing so for years, and I have failed with every attempt. And so given the news about the challenge out west, it's just so reassuring. Again, this is just a statement. It's very reassuring to know that Texas is ahead of the curve. And so what else should we be doing other than turning the water off, paying attention to the landscaping, et cetera? And again, thank you for the reassurance that we are not in a dire situation as they are out west. And I'll continue to try in my house with the water and toothbrushing.
Thank you for that effort. You know, it's a really great question. And my go-to answer these days, I would imagine all of you in the room are familiar with the advice that you would receive on your financial portfolios. Diversifying reduces risk, right? Texas and water security is much the same. Really what we should be doing as a society is thinking about diversifying our water sources. And so that means looking at not just having a singular source, investing in the resilience of our infrastructure, but also looking at having multiple strategies. And so increasingly there's a conversation around integrated water management resources. A more recent movement is called One Water that looks at how it is that we can be thinking about using the resources that we have in place, using them efficiently over and over again, but also thinking about that on a community scale, right? And thinking about how it is that we diversify and invest in the resilience of our infrastructure. So that's kind of my go-to response on that front. But also turning off the tap when you brush your teeth and reconsidering your outdoor watering use, always a good start.
Thank you, Sarah. And definitely to add on to Sarah's and that outdoor water use, corporate campuses, you guys can just walk outside here today and see an excellent example of native plant use and rainwater harvest for irrigation, and a very different way to do your campuses and reduce your water usage there on your corporate campuses. And then, of course, as Sarah mentioned earlier and just now, at your own homes, looking at your lawns a little bit differently, maybe reevaluating what beautiful is. Maybe it's not a pristine lawn, but a place where you see butterflies and pollinators thriving because of the plant choices that you're making each and every day.
And we know a guy that can help with that.
So we have a question from Catherine Romans online. Thank you for joining us, Catherine. That actually ties into that really well. This question's for Sean. She said that she loves seeing how impactful you've been in shrinking your water footprint. A lot of Texas is a water-limited place, as we learned with the next presentation. How can we take the lessons that you've learned at Texas Health Resources and encourage other companies, governments, and entities with a big real estate footprints to lower their water footprint? And how would you, if you have thoughts for their engineers, consultants.
Taking notes, Sean.
Yeah. Building designers, any experience you've had with that is kind of sharing those best practices.
Okay, that was a lot. So I think the thing we are doing is there is always new learnings, thanks to folks like Sarah, about how we can best design for conservation and especially around water. I will tell you, technology has come a long ways. I talked about the new tunnel washer in the laundry. We could have gotten an older, cheaper model, but we decided in the long run it was the right thing to do to conserve water. And I will tell you, the ROI on things right now around conservation are very, very good. So I would encourage them to look at the most efficient products, they can find, and then work with the architects and the engineers to make sure that's going to work in the building itself. So I will tell you, lessons learned. We have sometimes spot stuff that doesn't fit in the walls we created. So I would tell you, just work closely with the engineers. But the most important thing is always, always look at the newest technology out there. I mean, this stuff is built to be efficient for a reason.
Sean.
And there are other members of the panel, by the way.
Hi, Rick Archer with Overland Architects. My question's for Sarah. We're currently working in the Rio Grande Valley between Laredo and Nuevo Laredo on a 6.5-mile long conservation project to restore both sides of the river. Through that, we've learned that the Rio Grande River is one of the 10 most endangered rivers in the world.
Sure.
How could we partner with you? And what are we doing in terms of international water boundaries? Because obviously watersheds don't know boundaries. And what counsel would you have for us to improve the water quality that's providing the sole source of drinking water for 6 million people?
That is an enormous question. Thank you for asking it, and thank you for what you're doing. I would say let's talk. And longer conversation, but what I will say is that there are a number of entities that have been involved in this conversation for a long time, both at the decision maker level. The International Boundary Water Commission is deeply involved in this conversation, particularly in South Texas. And so perhaps there's an opportunity to connect with a larger network of folks that are working on it, but thanks for asking the question.
Thanks, Sarah.
I've got one from online. This is for Carla. Rebecca Lumen has asked, NRG, very inspirational multi-value project. How did you ensure the ground used for the garden and repurposed mine opportunities were, or the land was not contaminated?
We conducted quite a bit of analysis ahead of it. As you can see in our journey and our timeline, we started in 2019, so it took us a few years to get us there and to ensure that what we were doing was going to be safe. So we can talk a little bit more offline about the specifics, but it took us quite a bit of time to get to that point. Thank you.
And to add on to what Carla said, there was a lot of work with Texas A&M, Ag Extension, and soil sampling that went on to understand the state of the soil, even what would grow best, and to make sure that everything was good there from a health perspective.
Correct.
Thank you. Rob Borowski with Cap Metro in Austin. Much of what the panel has been talking about today has been about messaging and communications and getting the word out to your customers, to your employees. Since 2019, not only has population changed, but our patterns have changed, and our schedules have changed, where we work has changed. How has getting the message out about conservation changed for you all? I mean, we're struggling with Camp Metro. People don't take transit the same way anymore.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great question, Rob. Carla, we'll start with you, and I would love to get a quick snippet from each of you for your perspective on that. Carla, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Personally, you mentioned transportation, right? Is that correct? Well, personally, I don't even have a car, and so I live in Houston, just for reference. Yes, it's challenging. And yes, I use Uber, and so there are a few other things that I personally try to reduce my own carbon footprint and or change my own habits. I do bike quite a bit, even though my bike has been attempted to be stolen several times. If anybody wants, log tips, I'll happy to share those with you after. But in general, I do think that, even from an electricity perspective, power is our business, one of our main businesses, and switching to EV usage and trying to not only EV like vehicles, but bicycles and other mediums of transportation that are electric-based could help down the road.
Carla, how have you guys changed your messaging around that too? I know, you're living it and an example for fellow employees at NRG, but how are you guys reaching your end customer and even in your employees to make some of the same decisions that you're making? Have y'all changed y'all's messaging in the last few years, or what does that look like for you?
I wouldn't say internally, especially because infrastructure in the cities is still lacking. I will say Houston is changing. We were talking a little bit about that earlier. You can see some new lanes and being added into the streets, but more so from a company perspective, we've been very open and transparent about our EV commitments. We have our own goal for our own fleet. It's all available through our website, nrg.com. And we are supportive of an electric future.
Wonderful. And Sarah, I know you mentioned in your presentation that one of the lessons learned was having a very local message so that you could reach more people. Any other items around the messaging and getting more people on board?
Have you considered TikTok? No, I would say that I agree with you. First of all, I think that the challenge of communicating effectively is different. It's different for all of us, and we find that to be true in our policy work, how you come up with digestible ways to describe the complexity. But in the campaign, and I'm so fortunate to have an expert, our campaign manager, Brianna Fuller, with us, what we decided was that we were going to meet people where they are. And so we specifically have built out our communication strategies in each of our pilot markets to use a variety of different formats. So in some cases it was TikTok, in some cases it was physical ads, in some cases it was gas station TV ads in complete communities in Houston, right? And so depending on who it is that we were trying to target and which action we think might be associated with that, we had to adjust our communication strategy. So I would say that's how we're thinking about it, is just we're trying all of it, kind of throwing spaghetti out on the wall and seeing what sticks.
Sean?
Yeah, you bet. So a little bit different with the health system. Our corporate office, where I work, is about 75% remote now, and communication has been a struggle over the last couple of years. We are finding our way. I really worry about what I look like online right now, because I know what I look like when I do a Zoom meeting. So, but I will tell you, that's been where the struggle exists, is with those corporate employees. Obviously, our hospital and care site-based employees have been going to work all along, and I do get out there and see them. I mentioned our promise statement. Everything we talk about how we treat each other, how we treat the community, really revolves around that promise statement. So our communication has to really stick closely to that, and it resonates with our teams. So.
And Steve, You guys were really founded during the height of everything changing. But what have you guys learned? And you've had such rapid growth. How have you evolved your messaging and your reach?
I think it's a great question because it's a struggle for everybody. KISS is a great method. What we do is keep things extremely simple and consistent. Therefore, every single member of our organization knows exactly what we do. Hives for Heroes saves bees and saves vets. How do we do that? By connecting people in their local communities to purpose and relationships, right? That's who we are, that's what we do. It stays consistent. You might say it a little bit different way, but you know exactly who we are and what we do. The other way that I would say is providing value in your community and to those individuals through word of mouth. There's nothing better than a positive experience that is shared with somebody else and then they do it. So keeping things simple and consistent by providing value in the community through word of mouth. That would be my answer.
Wonderful. And to build on that, keeping it simple and just the noise that's out there today, people are looking at so many different channels and they're used to now a soundbite in 140 characters or less. Right. It's really hard to penetrate. And I think that the Lights Out campaign and the work done with Audubon, Texas, and with Texas Conservation Alliance, Perot Museum, I think the value in all of the organizations having the exact same tagline, the exact same imagery, posting on a consistent basis across all channels really made a difference in people understanding what Lights Out was and how to get involved. Whereas if any one of us were using our own graphics, our own taglines, and confusing the message, it would have been a much different outcome. So definitely keep it simple, but also build a coalition. If you're working with a group of transportation folks, try to all have the same message to drive that change.
Drew Davis with the Fort Worth and Western Railroad. There's a lot of kind of diversity of people here. You got corporate side and then kind of naturalist side, but other than making people feel morally obligated to help, how do you incentivize corporate buy-in? Or is there current or pending legislation? Is there tax incentive? What's been explored? What works? What doesn't? Ways to get people to invest where there truly is, like Mr. Clinton said, an ROI, more than just making people feel good about it. Thanks.
Great question. And you referenced Sean, and I'd love for you to expand a little bit on that, Sean, the value from an economic benefit standpoint of the decisions that you guys are making. And then Carla, perhaps you could follow up on the community engagement side and the relationship that's changed there in Jewett with some of the work that you've done. Sean, you want to start?
Sure, you bet. So when you think about buildings, they have a very long lifespan. So I think most of our buildings depreciate over 70 years. So as technology has improved, the cost of that technology has not just gone through the roof exponentially like the technology has itself. It's a weird corollary of Moore's law. So what I tell folks is, if you think something is going to help you for 70 years of that building being in place and be able to be upgraded and be very modular and be very efficient, it will pay for itself. And that's the way we look at things now. And so, if I knew there was going to be some finance questions, I would have brought that guy. But I will tell you, the ROI is there. Just think of a time horizon a little bit longer than what you're used to thinking. I know many companies think quarter to quarter. We are a nonprofit. We look long-term. Our strategic plans are 10 years long, and that really helps us look at a longer time horizon for this new technology. And like I said, you'd be surprised what it can save you in efficiency, definitely more than makes up for what maybe could be a premium cost.
And then Carla, if you could, beyond the moral drivers, which I know is one of your pillars, but if you could talk about the community and the relational drivers, because we were impressed in working with NRG around how they were making some of the decisions. They were not only looking at payback period, but they were looking at true workforce and community engagement.
Yes, correct. For us, the need in the community is there, and we have an opportunity to use the land in a different way. So it's not about a monetary decision. It's right there, the opportunity to connect the two and to engage the community to actually make it also a part of their own. Debbie is from the community. The people that are volunteering are for the community, whether they're own employees or folks that are coming in, and we're open and we're looking for more. And we've done a few educational opportunities already, and they've been quite successful, and we will continue doing that. And so at the end of the day, for us, it's very obvious if the need is there and we can fulfill it in a very human and in a very community-based way, why not?
Yeah, I was going to go to you next, Sarah. Could you talk on the incentive and policy side a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So from the water perspective, the feel good, it's nice to have, but I think it doesn't take a lot of imagination to say it's really in your best interest as an industry to consider water security, right? Before you make a decision to move your new headquarters to Texas and to take advantage of the various tax benefits that are associated, the question you should be asking is there sufficient water for my industry to keep working, right? And so I think, I'd like to congratulate Texan by Nature is hosting the first really formal corporate water stewardship initiative through their Texas Water Action Collaborative, where industry partners are coming together and looking at not just the moral imperative, but also from a strategic perspective, from a reporting on ESGs, what role industry can play in that. And that's a phenomenal undertaking. From a policy perspective, I'm not aware of any legislation at this point that would particularly incentivize it, but what I can tell you is that the first ever Texas Water Caucus was formed just last week. And in just 1 week, we have 30 members that have signed up for it already. So from a decision maker process that are going to be considering other incentives to bring business to Texas, and Texas will always be pro-business and pro-growth, water is increasingly becoming one of those central pivotal factors. So that's my thought on that.
Thank you. And then Steve, yours is a little bit different, although no food, no us. That's pretty clear beyond the moral piece. But I know you guys have some different numbers too, if you'd like to share a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're just a different organization. We think differently. It's innovative. There's no beekeeping organization in the world that actually collaborates. So we are the largest network of beekeepers in the world in 3 years. That's stunning, right? And I'll go back to kind of answering the gentleman's question previously as well. It's by creating value, right? The corporate needs value into their organizations. Happy people is a happy workplace. Employee engagement, doing things that we do inside of organizations like Technip FMC, HP, BP. These are large organizations that have a tremendous amount of reach and influence with their employees. Again, happy people, happy workplace, increased productivity, increased efficiency. These are things that you may not think you can measure, but you can. Our UN, the SDG goals, right? We have 10 metrics inside of the UN. So if you're a CEO sitting out there and you want your metrics to be hit, you work with us. Why? Because it matters. There's impact in the community and in the world. And of course, you're talking about veterans, you're talking about suicide prevention, healthy transition from service, employment, inside and outside of work, right? They're going to supplement their stuff, happy families, happy workplace. And then to top it all off, we're a 501c3. So everything you give to us goes right back into your pocket. Talk about recycling, right? There you go.
Thank you for that question, and thanks to each of the panelists, because they hit on everything, right? It's not just the moral obligation. There are so many examples, whether it's turning the lights out and real dollar savings around energy and safety, and a myriad of other projects that you can point to where the ROI is there. There's an economic benefit to so many of these projects beyond the more productive workforce, because you're engaged, beyond the license to operate because you have a good relationship with the community, beyond the incentives that are there and will be there from a legislation and a tax standpoint. So there are so many ways to make the business case for the projects that you're hearing about, whether it's internal infrastructure change and process change or working with local groups. The business case is there. And a lot of these groups can work together to make that happen. So we're out of time, but I want to just do a 30-second lightning round for my panelists. Quick 30 seconds from each of you. What is the one thing that you want the folks in the audience, these decision makers, to leave here today and do? We'll start with you, Steve, and we'll go down the line. Sorry.
Longevity of funding. The talent is hard to find and hard to keep. Funding keeps them there. I think that's super important for organizations that know we're going to be around for a long time, making a massive impact. So dollars do help. Of course, all 501c3s have their financials public, so you can see exactly how it's used. And if you are a funder, please join the conversation in how we're impacting the organization in the world.
I think to understand that healthcare is all of our responsibility when it comes to things like this. It's not just what happens inside the four walls of a care site. I hope that came out loud and clear. And I would tell you that we do publish our annual sustainability report. A lot of what you saw comes from that. If you want to get involved in some way, I would encourage you to go to the website and look at that and find out what you can do to help. Thanks.
Ditto on both of them. We're also a 501c3, so all of those things, but I'll leave you with that I remembered that a study came out recently that when you saw that image of the polar bear on a piece of floating ice that's, about climate change, that they found more and more that people are feeling numb to that response because there is so much that's happening perpetually. And instead, when you show pictures of climate change with people in it, that it suddenly created a reaction. People felt included in it. So I guess that's my thought on the human dimension, is that the human element, the human connection is so vital. Do follow us on TikTok. And water is the Texas miracle.
I will follow you on TikTok. I will download TikTok just for that. Always remember that, we all have a purpose, whether it's our corporations or the people or the organizations that we represent, or our own individual. So looking to connect the need in the community with the purpose statement that you are representing or that you are living, it's crucial. Be an enabler, because we all have a way to make a positive impact, whether it's on an individual basis, team, company, organization basis, nonprofit, whatever it is. Just make sure that you're not staying put. You're not looking at that picture and being numbed.
So thank you so much to the panelists, and for those who asked questions and engaged. If you were not able to ask your question, please find them. We'll have a pretty lengthy lunch break, so there is opportunity to talk now. For those of you online, we will be coming back at 12:55. For those of you here in the room, you'll find lunch immediately outside the doors, and then you can walk straight through to tables to network with one another and share what you found interesting and things that are going on in your own organization. So 12:55, please be back in the room. Thank you guys, and thank you again to our speakers. Hi, we have plenty of seats down front if you guys want to filter down. We have more people joining us throughout the day, so filtering down would be greatly appreciated. And I know our panelists want to see your shining, happy faces. Thank you. And Mrs. Bush says she'd like to see you down here too.
Horned lizards were abundant through about 2/3 of Texas. Where we're standing today, they disappeared decades ago. There are still places left where horned lizards could thrive, we just need to help them get there. That's where the San Antonio Zoo's Texas Horned Lizard Reintroduction Project comes in. We want to restore horned lizards to places where they've disappeared, but there are benefits all along the way.
Bringing back the Texas horned lizard is about more than just nostalgia. It's really about trying to recreate the whole biome that was here a couple hundred years ago.
Critical to the success of this effort is forming strong partnerships with landowners. We could not do this without their active engagement and long-term commitment.
Right, well, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed wonderful networking and conversation at lunch. And welcome back to our online listeners and viewers as well. Remember, you can ask questions on the YouTube stream or at info@texanbynature.org. So after a phenomenal first panel, I'm very excited to get into the second panel of the day, which is a critical component of our future, and that is ecosystem thinking. So a lack of system-level thinking or system-level communication, and we even talked about this a little bit in the Q&A earlier, it's something that we hear and we observe and that we see in partner interactions, we see it in workforce growth, we see it in strategic planning. There's just really a lack of seeing the entirety of your impact and the decisions that you're making, and not just looking at it in your own siloed worldview. We're all familiar with ecosystems, but the term even connotes something different depending on what your background is. It's defined in two ways. So I actually looked this up because, you know, when we talk to our conservation partners, they're like, ecosystem, it's a system of natural organisms. And then you talk to our corporate partners and they're like, ecosystem, it's a supply chain, or it's a financial network for us all to tap into. And then you have the groups talk to each other and they're like, ecosystem, why don't we understand one another? And so really wanted to get all of us in the same mind space today that we are talking about an interconnected system. Whether it's a supply chain and that supply chain's impact on our natural resources, whether it is work on land and its impact on water and even carbon that is important to industry, it's an interconnected system across industry, across community, across conservation. So Texan by Nature has actually been exploring the application of ecosystem thinking by utilizing a framework that is familiar to most, and that's the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we've been working over the past 18 months in partnership with our Conservation Wranglers and with our friends at Ecometrics to develop a report card that shows the value and the impact of local conservation through the lens of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So basically for our corporate partners who are making goals against that or talking to investors and shareholders and even your own workforce, it gives you a ready-made, this is exactly how local conservation plays into the work that we're doing and the goals that we've set for all. So if you want to see more of that, you can talk to this year's Conservation Wranglers. They've been working on those. There are also examples out in the front area where you registered. But it's just an example as we embarked on this and had dialogue with our corporate partners on what do you want to see, with our conservation partners on what can you measure and what trusted indices are out there. How do we put this all together succinctly so that we can move forward as one up at that system level? We're excited about the opportunity. So the speakers and the projects on this next panel provided inspiration for this report card, and they're also working with each of you and their own shareholders in new ways. They are teaching next generation leaders to think differently. They're using their own academic paths to look at entire corporate networks in a new way. And they're using frameworks to make better decisions and create positive long-term strategies for their organizations and communities. I'm so excited for you guys to hear from Hugh Simpson. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Texas A&M Boris System. Devin Hotzel, he is the Manager of Government Relations for Enbridge. Meghna Tare, she is the Chief Sustainability Officer at the University of Texas at Arlington. And Robert Horton, who's the Vice President of Environmental Affairs and Sustainability for Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Please join me in welcoming Hughes.
Thank you so much, Joni. Thank you, Mrs. Bush, for your leadership in establishing what a fine organization. And thank you to the entire Texan by Nature team that has provided significant support to this partnership effort that I'm going to share some information on. I was privileged enough to work with a 2021 Conservation Wrangler, the Texas Longleaf team, and I saw firsthand the type of impact that the assistance from Texan by Nature can have on an organization. And so I jumped at the opportunity to submit another extensive application for significant support that's going to pay significant dividends down the road. And so I wanted to kind of simplify the presentation that I have today into a simple concept. The whole premise of what I'm going to talk about is the fact that the more forests we have on the landscape, the better our watersheds are going to be and the better our water resources will be, along with numerous other co-benefits that these resources provide. So Texas gets about 40% of the surface water flows through or originates on forest lands. And a large determining factor of why we have many of the national forest and state forest is that provision of water. And so we'll do a quick review of the Texas landscape. We're blessed to have over 60 million acres of forest and woodlands across this great state. The predominant commercial forests are located in the eastern part of the state. And as many of you know, one of the great things about Texas is that 95% of the land is in private ownership, and those landowners love being great stewards. The forest sector is very significant to the Texas economy, providing great paying jobs in many rural areas, but also in some of the more populated areas with secondary manufacturing. And this particular industry, like many others, recognizes that sustainability is critical to the future long-term success of their business as well as the landscape. We talked briefly about some of these co-benefits, and these benefits are numerous. I've listed out a couple that are very important. A lot of recognition is occurring on the role that forests have in sequestering carbon, providing habitat for wildlife across the state, the aesthetics that we love and view and enjoy about Texas, recreation. Already mentioned water, which is going to be a major focus of what I'm going to share. Texas A&M Forest Service produced a study almost 10 years ago that attempted to quantify those ecosystem services provided by Texas forests. And that figure at that time was $92.9 billion each year. And so it makes these particular resources significant, not only from an economic, but also an environmental and social impact. And so what is the crux of this partnership? Why is it so important that we work together and collaborate with various organizations? Similarly, about 10 years ago, the USDA Forest Service published a report that was a culmination of an assessment that was conducted over many years that forecasted the state to lose up to 1 million acres of forest land to other uses. And throughout this report, we recognize, and we have realized recently with rising land values, that not only are these forest lands becoming fragmented, but they're also being lost to conversion. And stressors that we see on a daily basis this year certainly was no exception to the significant wildfires that the state experienced. We have stressors from invasive species and other impacts that are affecting the ultimate health of these particular resources. And if you're looking specifically through a water lens, some of the main concerns that we have with the loss of forest lands is declines in water quality, the changes in hydrology across the landscape, which can impact flood potential, and just general reductions in groundwater recharge and base flows in our streams. And so Sarah earlier set this up very well, and how the water security for this state is at risk in many areas. You know, you think about 30 million Texans, 1,200 of which move here every day, and a state that unfortunately has this distinction of being in the top 3 in number of natural disasters that hit this state. You know, thinking back to the drought of record in 2011, when 97% of the state was in exceptional drought, even to Hurricane Harvey, when the National Weather Service had to add another color to the palette to indicate rainfall amounts. The main thing that kind of sobered us was the statistic that came about in the 2012 water plan, Texas State Water Plan, that indicated in times of drought, Texas would not have enough water to meet the anticipated demand. And from that point, our agency decided that it was time to get into the game, into the state water planning game and state water collaboration. We know that relationships matter. We know that collaboration is important. We're unable to meet all the challenges and opportunities that this state faces alone. And so it's important for us to partner with other organizations. We know that good land stewardship complements all the other traditional engineering-based approaches that come about in terms of providing us with all of the necessities of our life. And so with that, in 2015, we established the Texas Partnership for Forest and Water, really to bring together the forest, water, conservation, and corporate sectors together to work on enhancing our forested watersheds to not only benefit water resources, but also local economies. And so why do we collaborate with the drinking water sector? We know that our actions on the landscape can impact downstream users. And this particular picture, I think, highlights that best. This is a picture from the W.G. Jones State Forest in Conroe, Texas. And the tributary that's flowing into the primary stream is coming off an adjacent property. And so we know that by working together with our neighbors and all across the state that we can have a significant conservation impact. A couple of opportunities that I wanted to share that this particular partnership is focused on is our Green Futures program. And this is an opportunity for public, private, and nonprofit organizations to come together to implement projects on the landscape that help add more tree canopy to the ground. These generally engage our communities. They're held on days of great importance like Texas Arbor Day, which is coming up on Friday. And we're hopeful that our upcoming project in the city of Princeton will not be rained out. And one of the main things about this is these projects are scalable. We can fit these particular projects to whatever scope is needed from our partners. Some of the main points that we've learned specifically from a data capture and reporting perspective is first, where do you work? This state is vast and opportunities can be endless. In order to have that impact, you've got to know where you're focusing. And so early on, the partnership followed some of the national work that's being done in a program called the Forest to Faucets. And so we looked at specific areas that were surface water intakes that served large populations in which those forest resources were critical to that water supply and that could be threatened from a myriad of reasons, whether it's land conversion, wildfire, or insects and disease, forest health concerns. Next, we need to understand what's important to measure. We know that we're past the time of just counting conservation plans and acres and assist. We need to take that to the next step. What are the outcomes associated with those particular efforts, and what is the impact? A couple of ways we look at the impact is through models. And I was intrigued by a quote from a famous British statistician that once said, all models are wrong, but some are useful. And so I think that's how we think about some of these models, is the fact that they can help us get to some of that impact. And a lot of work goes into it. This is one that we look at, is the iTree suite of tools that on a particular project that was conducted last year on Texas Arbor Day, through the planting of 1,600 native species, this model was able to project out differing levels or cumulative levels of runoff reduction and water savings through the planting of those trees. And this particular model factored in estimated average mortality for these species in a given year. And the key thing about this is that these benefits accumulate over time. And this model run was for 20 years. However, you think about most trees can live at upwards of 150 years. So these impacts can increase significantly. And not only are the water savings there, but also the co-benefits of carbon and air quality pollution removal. And so additionally, some best practices that we have learned about for engaging partners, whether it's landowners or water utilities or conservation groups or corporations, is that talking in their language, understanding what's important to them and adapting the message so that it meets that need. We recognize the importance of talking through trusted sources. Sometimes these are the conservation organizations or the associations that represent groups, so like the Texas American Water Works Association or the Texas Rural Water Association or the Texas Forestry Association. All of these are key partners. And so how do we continue to advance this partnership? What is needed for us in order to take the next step? Right now, this particular partnership has been staffed by existing personnel taking it on as an additional duty. And so we recognize that having a dedicated person that can commit their time to this particular effort can significantly advance our work. And I'm pleased to share that we have that person hired, and they're starting in a couple of weeks. So look for great things coming. Having champions that support your effort. So Drew Molly is the current chair of the Texas American Water Works Association. He recognizes this connection and the importance of forest to water. So how can you in the audience get involved in this type of work? Sean mentioned earlier how they plant trees through the National Forest Foundation. I think that's a great approach. There are other opportunities as well. The tree covery program that we administer helps to restore tree canopy in communities that have had natural disasters come through. And so it's a great opportunity to continue that effort. TxWAC was another one that was mentioned earlier. That's a significant opportunity to engage. Individually, I would say attend and participate in local planning initiatives, whether those are watershed protection planning efforts or land use planning is an opportunity to engage locally. And then lastly, I'll just wrap up by saying that it is my belief that everybody takes responsibility in ensuring Texas has clean water in the future, and so we all have to do our part. So with that, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start off by saying, Mrs. Bush, Joni, Texan by Nature team, congratulations. I mean, this is fantastic. We've been at this for 5 years, and I'm looking at the room. It's packed, 600 people between online and in person. I mean, this is fantastic. So yet another great year. Congratulations. I also want to make it known now, early on, that leading up to this event, Jenny Burden threatened my life numerous times if I were to exceed the 15-minute time allotment. And I'm a public affairs guy with a microphone, so that's cruel and unusual punishment that she's doing that to me. But if I'm not at the afternoon sessions or at dinner, you know how it went down. So start off here. This is kind of the structure of what I'm going to talk about today. We're going to go through Enbridge as a whole very, very quickly. And the reason why this slide's up here is more so just to give you guys a scale of the company to understand how complex we are. And then I'm going to go through a couple of what I call mechanical projects. And this is all kind of under the ESG energy transition lens. And then I'm going to transition into what that means from an ecosystem perspective, what our corporate ecosystem looks like, and then get to the meat and potatoes of the remarks, which for this crowd is the nature-based solutions of it. So we're going to go through those real quick, and I'm going to spend most of my time on the nature-based solutions. But this is a snapshot of Enbridge, okay? So what you need to get from this slide is we aren't small. I think someone on the last panel is we're a large energy company. We move 20% of the natural gas consumed in the United States, 25% of crude oil in North America. And our power business unit, we've got in excess, it's actually more than 1.8 gigawatts of contracted renewable energy. So we're a large, complex energy company, and that means that we have a large, complex ecosystem. This is our ESG goals. In 2020, we released our ESG program. We formalized it and we set goals for ourselves. Not entirely unique to us, but it's something that we're extremely proud of and that we're executing on very aggressively. And as you'll see up there, we're going to, our goals are to reduce our carbon intensity by 35% in 2030 and then net zero by 2050. So everything we're going to talk about from this slide on feeds back into that, because ESG, when you're talking about an ecosystem, is going to exist at the center of that, which this slide is going to show you. So this is an extremely rough illustration of what it looks like. And this could be used for lots of corporations, if not all corporations. But these are some of the groups in our company that execute their jobs, go straight to the bottom line, but they're central to us they're central for our ability to be able to execute the business in which we operate. So if you go through this supply chain we've talked about today, environmental safety, stakeholder engagement, which is kind of what I touch on, business development, creating new projects, all of this, we have put ESG at the middle of that. So what does that mean? Okay, we're going to go into some of the mechanical projects that serve to meet these ESG goals. Green pipelines. So we operate pipelines, as I mentioned, oil and gas pipelines. So one of the things that we've tried to do is go back and look at this and say, okay, this is our network, this is our business. What can we do to help us advance toward these goals? And one of the early and very successful programs that we've been executing on is our Green Pipeline program. And what we're doing in this program is we are going to our compressor stations along our gas system, and we are installing solar panels to be able to fuel the power that is, or provide the power that is needed to operate that station. This might sound obvious or basic, but it's actually something that required a whole lot of work from all of those groups that I just showed you on that ecosystem. It required all of us to sit down and think, okay, what can we do it, and how do we do it? So this was truly an all-company effort to be able to understand, will this work? Will it even make sense to us? We are a company, for-profit company, so we have to understand if it's going to be something that's going to help us or hurt our bottom line. Does it help us advance toward our ESG goals? And can we even execute in the first place? Is it even meaningful? So we've been working on that, and we have 2 projects. We got more than that are fixing to be in execution. But we have 2 projects that we have executed on, and we're seeing great success with that program. This is something that we look to continue to do, and there are other mechanical projects, again, as I call it, that we're going to pursue. You hear about carbon capture sequestration. You hear about hydrogen. We're playing in all of that. I'm just focusing on one today because, again, I want to get to the nature-based solutions and let you know that's one part of this when we consider the ecosystem. So going back to this again, because this is the whole reason why Joni brought me up here. What I'm about to get into is the question of the day. How do you pull your entire company into a strategy that has previously largely been ran by kind of your community investment stakeholder engagement group, which is the case for us? Years ago, and I've been doing this for about 15 years, years ago, when it came to community investment, community engagement, you would see a company like mine make a financial investment. Financial investments are huge. I don't think there's a single conservation organization in this room who say, no, I don't want your money, or no, I don't want money. But the question that we've been confronted with in recent years, and this is, makes the job much more meaningful, is, but what else can we do? We're a huge company. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of opportunity. We have a lot of land and assets. How can we leverage the size and weight of our company to help those organizations rather than just cutting a check? There's a colleague of mine in the room who I won't mention her name, but her name's Erin Casey Gonzalez. She likes to refer to it as, playing Oprah. Like, you get a check, you get a check, you get a check. How can we move past Oprah-itis and actually get into a real partnership? Yes, money's good. We're always going to be able to provide that to our partners where it makes sense. But how can we actually go in and truly create a partnership by putting some skin in the game and working with them? The only way to do that, and guys, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that we have all the answers. I should, because my boss's boss is in the crowd. But what we have here is a working question. It's a working riddle that we're working on right now. How do we pull in all of these groups, leverage the expertise of these groups to benefit, not burden, our partnership organizations? I'm about to provide you a case study that is underway. Again, we don't have all the answers, but it's underway and it's something that we're working on. So some of the folks in the crowd will be familiar with the Friends of RGV Reef. This is not Enbridge's project. It's a project that Enbridge vehemently, we support this project. We have since 2017, and we're huge proponents of it. They are a Conservation Wrangler Award recipient. And the folks that we work with at the Friends of RGV are fantastic. They're truly a grassroots organization. They do this when they're not doing their day job. And what they have sought to address is, off of the coast of Brownsville and the RGV in the Gulf of Mexico, the seafloor has become featureless. So all the protection and features that used to be on the seafloor have gone away for a variety of reasons, and there's no protection for the younger species of snapper. And because of that, we've seen the snapper populations just disappear, and other fish species as well. So these guys got together and they're like, well, how can we fix this? And one guy was like, well, maybe we should put stuff on the bottom of the floor. And they did that, and now it's a huge success. So it's been something that we've been contributing to for a while. We've been supporting them. In 2017, we gave them a financial donation. And then ever since then, we've been working to say, yeah, but what else can we do, right? We gave you money. We're proud of it. We're promoting you. But what else can Enbridge do? So one day, Gary, who is the founder of the Friends of RGV Reef, and I were talking. If you know Gary, he talks more than I do. So a 5-minute conversation with Gary is 2.5 hours. We started thinking, well, there's this huge economic impact and all these benefits as shown in this slide up here. I'm not going to read through them. But we already know that the reef is a huge success. We already know the economic impact. We know the tourism. We know the biodiversity. But what else is there? And he asked the question, well, what's on Enbridge's mind? And what I said was, is there any chance that these new species or that regenerating these species helps to offset carbon? He was like, well, of course it does, idiot. These are, any sort of sea life has some sort of carbon offset. But then the question was, has anyone actually measured that? And the answer was, shockingly, no. There hadn't been any research done on that yet. So then the wheel started spinning. And so what we came up with was, let's fund a study. More than that, let's not only fund a study, let's fund that study and start bringing in grad students, high school students, community members, elected officials to let them know that this research is underway, and let's start shaking that tree to understand what opportunities are out there. So we just recently announced earlier this year the investment we made to fund that research, and then even more recently we just announced that study is now underway. And the sole objective of well, there's two objectives, I should say, of this study are, number one, we want to quantify the biodiversity. Biodiversity is key when we're talking about nature-based solutions and carbon offsets, right? If you've got a diverse ecosystem in the Gulf of Mexico, that's a good thing, right? Like, there's not really much of a debate on that. But the question is, we know from a biodiversity standpoint, this is a huge success. Now let's figure out, what is it doing for carbon offsets? And we're going to hopefully be able to take that methodology and the product of that study and then share it with other conservation orgs, other academic institutions who are also examining this same question, just in different arenas. So there's a lot of this is being done kind of near shore. There's a lot of this being done in forests and onshore type resources. This is the first of its kind when it comes to offshore reef, particularly man-made, but offshore reef resources. So do we expect that this study is going to say, hey, guess what? You're offsetting whatever, X million, 100 million, tens of millions of carbon? No. But we do think that we're going to be able to prove the concept, take that out, extrapolate it, and build on it, and continue to research it to understand what other projects are being done out there that haven't thought about it this way. I always refer to it as reshaping the lens. We didn't come to the reef because we thought carbon offsets. We came to the reef because we thought these guys are awesome. They're passionate. This is a grassroots group of folks who are out there trying to make a huge difference in this incredibly important environmental resource that matters so much to residents of the RGV and really all of Texas and North America. That's why we came to them. And then we said, well, let's reshape the lens. What are we missing? Let's not go try to find another partner. Let's go back to our partner that's already doing great work and see if there's something else here. And we're hopefully in the next year or so, we're going to learn more about what that is, that we're, the product of that study. And our intent is through organizations like Texan by Nature and many others in this room is to share that information and say, what else can we do? Now, the whole point of my discussion today is what does Enbridge do with all those groups on that ecosystem that I showed you earlier? And here's how it looks. So we've got operations. Our operations director is in the room tonight. His name's John Goddard. He's a fantastic individual. He doesn't have a Texas accent, but he's a good guy, and you should talk to him. He's got a lot of knowledge. What can they do? These are the guys who operate our equipment on the ground. They live and work in our area. What can we do? Well, we're going to bring in some of these local communities. We're going to bring in some of these schools where our employees live and their kids go to school, because we want to be able to educate them. Hey, this is going on in your backyard, and this might also be an opportunity for you. If you ever thought about joining in on this study, we're going to hopefully get them out on a boat, see what's going on, and let them know about it. I think that's crucial for high school students and certainly college, but high school students to understand that this is going on. HR. When it comes to energy transition, look, this is where Jenny's really going to start sweating, because I could talk about this all night. When it comes to energy transition and conservation, the workforce and the skills discussion is huge. We are talking about a huge opportunity to develop skills for what is going to be the energy use and the energy technologies of tomorrow, and it is something that we need to be working on now to be able to get folks ready for that. So I look at this as, yeah, it's a great conservation organization, but from an HR standpoint, is there a workforce opportunity here? And the answer is probably, maybe. Let's bring in our HR to understand it. They should be aware of it. They should have skin in the game so that we understand, and so that we can go out there and work through our HR to say, hey, here's why we're doing this. Here's some of the skills, and yeah, oh, by the way, we can bring some of our own employees to kind of educate folks on this is why we made this investment, this is why it matters to us, this is why we have ESG goals, and this is how we execute on nature-based solutions. Legal, supply chain. Sean from the supply chain presentation earlier, it was great to hear him talk about it. We spend a lot of time in our company on supply chain about what should we be doing from a procurement perspective about getting who do we buy from? What is their focus on ESG? What is their record? How do we leverage that record to show advancement toward our own goals? It's the same thing here. So when we're building a pipeline, it's not an obvious connection to anyone that a pipeline is going to create some sort of habitat for red snapper, except for the fact that Gary and the guys at Friends of RGV Reef said, wait a minute, we can take that metal, we can drill holes in it, and clean it and then sink it, and that becomes protection for these juvenile red snapper species. So we work with our supply chain. We say, can we donate excess pipe? And they say, not only can you, please do it, because it actually ends up being cheaper for us. And that's okay. It can be a mutual benefit thing, right? If it's good for our organization, it's good for us, that's a win-win. So we were able to work through that, and we were able to donate some of this excess pipe to them and get it installed. That's exciting stuff. Legal has an arm in that because they have to work through the liability and the transportation agreements to be able to get it out there. My point of all this, and I'm seeing now that I have 7 seconds, is I'm so sorry, is that there is, what it's taken for us to start getting further along in this conversation is it's just taken us to sit down at the table and ask some hard questions and start thinking. Organizations like Texan by Nature play an invaluable role in that. And the reason why is I look at Texan by Nature as a table. We're able to sit at this table with conservation orgs, with academia, with other industry partners, and we're able to have conversations that we don't necessarily know all the answers to, but we're willing to have the conversations. And that's a huge deal. We do it internally. We're trying to do it with our partners, and we're going to continue to do it. And again, I don't have the answers. I don't have compelling data. I will maybe next year. It's an exciting thing, so I'll stop there and look forward to the Q&A.
Good afternoon, everyone. I promise to get you through this without reaching for that cup of coffee. My name is Meghna Tare. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for UT Arlington. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Lady Bush and Joni, for having me and giving me this platform to talk about ecosystems. And it's a privilege to work and collaborate with most of you in this room. It is an honor that we get to participate on forums like this and to get to work together on a lot of projects for North Texas. So I started, when Joni invited me to talk about ecosystem services or ecosystem thinking, I pride myself on a big idea person, but boy, was it really hard to put that in context with 15 minutes of how we do this for Texan. And I feel like a mediator in this room between the private sector and the public sector, you know, an educator here who might have some of the answers for Devin's workforce solutions, workforce need. But as the world is getting ready for COP27 in 4 days, I'm really glad that here in Texas, we are having this conversation, this broader conversation about ecosystem thinking and how it fits and how Texas fits into the broader perspective and the bigger conversation, because it's not easy, right? We all have this utopian ideals or idea about what your personal journey is or what your professional journey is and how long it takes to get there. And we all have a way of building towards that. And it's often messy. The picture is very fuzzy till you get to the top and realize, okay, I did good. And I have good people working with me, right? So that's the reason we are here, to talk about how ecosystems thinking guides some of the conversations and discussions that we are having as we move towards climate action on a global scale. So as I started working about this, we sustainability professionals always get siloed in our work of sustainability. I know everything, I have all the answers, and I know exactly how sustainability is defined, right? But I'm an educator. I teach Introduction to Sustainability for undergraduate and graduate students at UTA. I'm a practitioner too, but it's very hard to make that connection. And I always start my class by telling my students about the precautionary principle, right? Those of you who have read environmental economics or conservation books, you know that the principle talks about the fact that you need to take a precautionary action. It's a cautionary proactive way of dealing with your challenges. Basically, you're assuming that it's better to be safe than sorry and take action, assuming that your actions are going to help the environment in the long run, whether or not you believe the negative impacts, right? So sustainability in general, there is so much of overlap, but at the same time, it's different, right? Because in conservation, we are talking about the negative impacts of human on the environment. In conservation and in sustainability, you're trying to negate those negative impacts, right? So as I started thinking about this, I was wondering, so we are here talking about conservation, so what exactly are we trying to conserve? Are we trying to conserve natural capital, which of course we are, because our existence relies on it? Or are we trying to conserve human capitals, you know, all of us in the room and so many more, right? And I think the answer is both. We are trying to do both, conserve natural capital and human capital. And the reason for that is because in a recent study published by the World Economic Forum, they put a value of $44 trillion on ecosystem services. Half of the world's GDP relies on ecosystem services, and that's the value on your ecosystem, right? So everything that you do has an impact, from the food that you had for lunch, or the car that you drove, or the air conditioning that you will turn on. Everything that you use has a value, and we as humans don't put a dollar value to that. And as we move into this conversation, I think it's important to understand what is the dollar value for the humans who are working towards all this thing besides the dollar value for the natural capital. And kudos to Joni for putting together a panel on human dimensions. You know, you rarely go to conferences which are talking about human dimensions and ecosystem thinking. So this is amazing to be part of this bigger conversation by Texan by Nature. Sustainability is such a big word, and how do you make that connection with what everybody is doing, you know, from operational to managing your HR personnel, right? So how many of you know or have read this quote? Raise of hands. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6, 7, 10 people in a room of 200, right? And, you know, a few more folks online. Well, this quote is by the father of the conservation movement, John Muir, right? In the early 1800s and in the late 1800s and early 1900s, he put this forward, this inspiring message, which talks about sustainability as we relate to it now, right? Everything in your system is interconnected. And when you pick one thing by itself, it impacts everything else. Or when you work towards something, it helps everything else. So the fact that TxN is working on ESG and operational sustainability, it's part of the bigger conversation on climate change, which he talked about, and so is everybody else, right? But I think people had figured this out in 1800, and we are just, you know, getting on with the bandwagon and getting on the train right now and working on sustainability. So we all know Texas is growing, right? I have seen so many numbers. There are flyers outside which talks about that the Texas population is going to be doubling by 2020, increasing by 70% by 2070. The world population is going to be 8 billion this year in November, in a month's time. So no matter how you put it, how beautiful your graphics are or how beautiful my slides are, it is not a rosy picture. We are headed towards a crisis within Texas, but also globally when the world population is going to be 8 billion, right? And Texas is growing. We all know that, right? There's no denying that. The fact that 5 of the 20th fastest growing cities are in Texas. DFW is growing at a really rapid rate. So how do you put this in context of what you're trying to achieve at work, right? Surviving and sustaining yourself, right? It's not easy. Some of these figures, like I was reading in the document this morning, that 45% of Texas water demand is going to be met by conservation practices. That's a big number, and that is something to pay attention and work towards. So did I skip a slide? Right. So we all talk about conservation in context of operational sustainability, right? But if you put together sustainability and conservation, we always operate on these 3 pillars of sustainability, right? Social, environmental, and economic. And there's a reason I put it in that order, because that's usually the order that people pay attention to, right? Economic is always at the top. Environment is because it is what is leading to your existence. And social is something that gets left behind, but it is an important part of the conversation going forward, right? And so how do we include all 3 of this in your conversation and operational strategy? I don't know how to go back. All right. So everybody talks about operational efficiency, right? This is something is your bread and butter to survive, right? How good am I in terms of my energy efficiency? Am I offering transportation programs like car sharing or EV charging station or passes to take the DART? Do I have programs for employee engagement like office green team programs? Am I reducing my waste, right? And this is not just the trash that you're diverting from the landfill, but also the food waste that is getting composted or diverted from the landfill. These are the things that everybody in their everyday business life or business strategy tries to focus on, right? But I think we have to move past this, where this is a necessary part of your job requirement, I will say, to do all these things, but you have to do more, right, going forward as we focus on conservation. And so, well, you can't put a sustainability expert on the stage and not give her a chance to talk about my numbers, right? I'm going to have one slide which talks about UTA's success, right? UTA is a campus that has 60,000 students, 110 buildings. Some of them are as old as 1960s, right? We have 420 acres of campus. Our energy efficiency is great. Our energy utilization index is great. We have a 17.1 billion impact on the Texas economy because 65% of the students that graduate from UTA reside in Texas and they contribute to the economy. So it's important for me to measure my human impact. I'm an educator. Students are my assets, and I have to measure their impact on the economy and the environment, right? So this is for UTA, community engagement. Texas has lots of programs, which many of you here have worked with on initiatives with the Urban Institute, which guides a lot of local government on policy implementation or redesigning of the corridor, right? So this is for UTA. Some more numbers, right? We have a transportation program, we have energy efficiency, we divert 39% of the food waste from the landfill because we have an on-site composting program. We have a food recovery network where students are actually picking up the leftover food from the cafeteria at the end of the day and donating it to Salvation Army. Because to me, it is not just about diverting the food waste, it's about my social impact in my community that UT Arlington resides. That's equally important to me. The social pillar is as important as the economic and the environmental pillar. So how do you integrate all of this in your strategy, right? There are tons of frameworks out there, right? Most of you have heard about ESG, but why is it important for you to actually pay attention and incorporate those frameworks in your day-to-day operations, right? First of all, the businesses here, the customers really pay attention. I mean, most of you will pay attention to the kind of products that you buy or the kind of food you shop in the grocery store. And so customers pay attention to what you are doing in terms of ESG or sustainability practices, right? Your shareholders care for it. And I also think that it's in your interest because it helps you create a baseline for data through which you can measure your progress as you set, 5-year goal or 10-year goal and improve, because what you cannot measure, you cannot change or improve, right? So it's important to have those kind of a framework to guide your decision-making process, which also helps bring your management on or top bosses being part of your mission and vision for their organization. So it's important to put this in paper to get every person from your team to be part of your vision for the organization. And so there are tons of frameworks out there. ESG, we talked about GRI, we talked about some people implement environmental management system, the 14001 standard or the OSHA standard. There are science-based targets, nature-based solutions, VLRs, voluntary local reviews. So pick and choose, tons of options out there that can guide your strategy in conservation and sustainability based on whatever is applicable for your business operation. And for me, this wheel is what guides my work at UT Arlington. I'm proud to work for an organization that really pays attention to the Sustainable Development Goals, right? The UN Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm so proud to be here to know that all the work that Texan by Nature is doing is aligned with UN SDG, because this is my North Star. Everything I do at UTA in terms of sustainability, I align with all these 17 goals that are out there. From zero hunger, that the Maverick Pantry I have, or the food that is donated on campus, to the partnership, the fact that I'm here talking about collaboration and education, every strategy at UTA is driven by UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I'm really proud of that. And here are a few examples. The I has become such an important part of every discussion, right? I model, I naturalist, an app to track all your natural resources or plants on campus. We have done that. Food recovery networks, sustainability mapping, bike share program. Most of you here know that UTA launched the Regional Center of Expertise for Education on Sustainable Development Goals in 2019, which is a program of the United Nations University. Texas is one of the 7 RCEs in the US and one of the 179 RCEs in the world. So we literally put Texas on the map. when we launched a regional center that is focusing on sustainable challenges for the region using the UN Sustainable Development Goals and education as a tool, right? And I'm very proud that I get to work with a lot of folks in this region on that platform. And last year we launched a North Texas Food Policy Alliance that is talking about addressing the equitable food challenges for the region through education and capacity building. And so my last slide was, how do you go forward from where you are? I mean, you have to improve going forward. And so what are the next steps for conservation? A lot of folks have talked about collaboration, capacity building, which is all good, but I also think we have to explore finance models. You know, like payment for ecosystem services. It has proven to be a really successful model for countries like Costa Rica, for lots of private organizations. I think everybody here struggles with funding for their projects and for their initiatives, and I think it's important to explore big global models like payment for ecosystem services to drive some of our conservation work going forward. And then the fact that we are here talking about our challenges and how we move ahead, that's a great start. So thank you so much for having me, and I'm excited for the Q&A.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Horton, and I work at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Mrs. Bush, thank you again for the foresight in starting this amazing organization, Texan by Nature. Also to the staff, Joni and staff, you do incredible work, and I'm also fortunate to work with an incredible set of colleagues on the executive board of directors for Texan by Nature. Amazing individuals who are passionate and care about the work that we do here. So ecosystems thinking, this is a very interesting topic to me, very personal to me, and if you can't tell, I'm very passionate about it. It also inspired my current journey in academia, so I'm doing my doctoral work at the University of Florida, studying this topic. So for those of you who happen to live somewhere that doesn't know who DFW Airport is, we happen to be right smack dab in the middle of Dallas and Fort Worth, owned by the two cities, bigger than the island of Manhattan. This past year, we were second in terms of annual passenger numbers. And one of the things we're really proud of, we were the first North American airport to become carbon neutral in 2016. I have to say that, thank you. In addition to that, we have an excellent partnership in Texas with Austin Airport, who is the second carbon neutral airport in Texas, and also one of 3 in North America, or 3 or 4 in North America. So I think Sean showed a slide with a pale blue dot, a view from space. This is zooming in a little bit closer. It shows human activity from space. It's a NASA video that if you look it up, it's pretty interesting to look at the patterns that you can see. So obviously the lights in some of the areas are not aware of the Lights Out Texas program. But anyway, this is an interesting view, right? Because you can look at human activity and how we consume resources globally. This is another view. If you zoom in a little bit closer, you can see patterns of human development. You could see the cities and the intensity of the lights. And if you look at it over time, you could see how those cities start to grow, which means that the resources are being consumed in greater volumes. We should care about this because, again, with the population growth that we've heard about today, we can expect more resources to be consumed. So as we look in our local region, this is a time lapse that looks at the local region, DFW region, between 1984 and 2018. And you could see all of the development around the airport. It's starting to encroach upon the airport, which means that everything that happens at the airport and impacts the communities around it a lot more. So the communities are sensitized to the activities that happen at the airport. We've heard about the drought. I remember distinctly in 2015, the city of Wichita Falls was within less than 60 days of clean water supply. So there's a challenge between water availability, water scarcity, which we heard about today, and the growth of our region. How are we going to balance those needs? So again, why is an ecosystem approach relevant? Why is it important to us? I think it's shaped the way that we see the world, and I hope to share with you inspirations in how we created our model at DFW Airport and how we look at the world. So in early days of studying ecosystems, this example is shared in a lot of introductory courses in biology. It's about an island, Borneo, in Southeast Asia. They had a problem with malaria from mosquitoes and houseflies. And so the World Health Organization decided to introduce DDT to kill the mosquitoes and houseflies. Well, the geckos who prey upon those food sources became poisoned. And then they became susceptible to cats, and cats then became affected by the poison in the DDT, which meant that the rat population started to grow out of control, which created a plague. So again, well-intended human actions and decisions created a series of unintended consequences. That's why it's important to look at our world as an ecosystem, because it's so intimately, intrinsically interconnected and dependent. So this is how we've constructed our ecosystem. Our ecosystem consists of three principal areas. We have the ecological layer. We have land and water on our airport that we care about. We also have infrastructure. That's the roads, the bridges, the runways, taxiways, terminals. Those are all critical infrastructure that we need. And at the center of it, we have a social layer. Those are the people that make the policies and the decisions, that operate and manage, that design and build new infrastructure. Each of those areas interact with each other. The other element that we pay attention to is the inputs. These are all of the dependencies that if you take any one of these away, the airport can't function. So think about energy in its various forms. How do we get fuel for aircraft? How do we get energy to power buildings, to move our vehicles? So those are critical dependencies. Think about communications. Without communication systems, we can't guide aircraft safely. Without transportation systems, you can't move people and freight between the airport and the region, or aircraft can't fly. So those are the critical dependencies that we rely on. And then you heard about this earlier today. These are risks or stressors. These are things that impact our ecosystem that create unique behavioral changes inside of our ecosystem. We've heard about the technology changes from cyber, things like, are you guys familiar with we use the term transportation network companies. You guys know it as Lyft, Uber. Those companies, when they started operating at the airport, they, because of the convenience, how connected, accessible, affordable it was, it changed the behaviors of customers using the airport. Instead of parking, they started to be dropped off at curbside, which meant more congestion, more idling, more emissions. So these are unintended actions that happen from those. Think about population growth. As the population grows, there's increased competition for resources. And that's not only a natural resource, but physical resources. We call it congestion. So those are some of the stressors. And at the end of the day, we are trying to control the outcomes. There are positive and negative outcomes. And my team and I have had numerous conversations about this, how difficult it is to control outcomes if you don't understand all of the dynamics that are happening around you. So we are paying a lot of attention to this. So outcomes like we connect people, we create jobs. I think there was a Perriman report in 2016 that said DFW generated $37 billion in economic value to the region. I think the number's being updated, but I think it's double that now. So that's pretty significant. And then from the environmental perspective, we're trying to control the negative outcomes like noise, emissions. The American Lung Association gave the Dallas-Fort Worth and region a grade of F for air quality because of a lot of other contributing factors. And so we don't want to be the one that stands out for contributing the most significant amount to that. So again, the thought, the ethos of that Texan by Nature focuses on is balancing business and conservation, bringing those two together. I think quite often those are put in a position where they compete with each other. We're trying to look at it differently. How do we make sure that they work together? So there's a view that I've shared with our executive team that we need to really create a balance between both, where we allow the natural ecological world to thrive, because there are so many benefits that they provide. We heard of the ecosystem services, and there's a range of those that we depend on, but we also need to allow the business to thrive. And so one of the areas we're focusing on is biodiversity. We're looking at our campus of 17,000 plus acres, looking at what we have on our property and where the sensitive areas that we need to protect and conserve are, and what policies do we need to put in place, what actions do we need to take so that we can drive more avoidance and regeneration, restoration type concepts. So I recently was introduced by one of my advisors to this book written by Kate Raworth called Donut Economics. I've shared it with all our leadership team, and it's really challenged them to change the way they think about the world. It's looking at economic theory today and the way that we think that in order to generate the economics to improve society, you have to use more resources. And so she created a framework that really paints it in a manner that's very easy and simple to understand. First, she describes the mission of sustainability as meeting the needs of all humanity within the means of a living planet. And so to demonstrate that, she created this outer ring that represents the ecological ceiling. If you overshoot that ceiling, you start to see the degradation of the planetary boundaries. You start to see acidification of the oceans. You start to see climate change and all of those effects we've heard about today. The inner ring represents a social foundation where if you fall below that, you see hunger, starvation, equity issues. So the goal is to create a safe space for humanity between the two concentric rings, and that's what we're working on. That's what we want to achieve at the end of the day at DFW. So invariably, we cannot do it alone. I look back at our journey, sustainability journey to being carbon neutral. A lot of those investments, we saw an 80% reduction over the past decade in our footprint. That was using investments that we controlled, investments in renewables, investment in energy efficiency and conservation measures. But when we look at the path that we've set before us in becoming net zero carbon by 2030, which means that we're going to reduce our footprint as much as possible, and then whatever is residual, we're going to remove that using nature-based solutions instead of buying offsets to become carbon neutral. So that journey is so complex and so challenging. We cannot accomplish that alone. We have to depend on partnerships. And in that group of partnerships, I also will include the one that's near and dear to me, my team. My team is in the back there, some of the members of my team. We couldn't do the work that we do at DFW without talented individuals, environmental scientists and engineers, who are so creative at connecting the dots between different things that you see in the world and the consequences that they create. And there's a wide list of partners that we work with. Texan by Nature has been fantastic to work with, to think about things in a new way. And I've heard a lot of inspiring stories throughout the day that I know we want to continue talking to you guys about. With that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hughes, Devin, Meghna, and Robert. Incredible presentations. Similar to last time, we have Amy and Jenny with microphones if you have questions in the audience. Online, info@texanbynature.org or into the YouTube stream. So we will get started. Any questions to kick us off?
Hi, George Cofer, Hill Country Conservancy. I apologize, I forgot your name, the gentleman from Enbridge.
Hey, how are you? I'm Devin.
Hi, Devin. Do you work with any partners to put urban trails in your rights-of-ways?
Yeah, it's a great question. So urban trails specifically, we've seen those before. In Texas, we haven't executed on urban trails. We've done pollinators, we've done parks, we've done that type of stuff, outdoor classrooms, those kinds of things. I love the idea of urban trails. In fact, there was one opportunity I can recall down in South Texas that was being explored by a group of folks that ultimately took us outside of our right-of-way, so we weren't able to execute on. But to answer your question short, in concept-wise, we love that kind of stuff to where when it makes sense. The closest thing I could point to that was a large success was us turning a significant portion of our right-of-way in South Texas into a pollinator, which for us, whether it's an urban or a trail or a pollinator, it really doesn't matter, right? It's about creating an environmental resource off of what would otherwise just be, a pipeline easement, right? So if we can turn that into a resource, which allows us to operate, but at the same time creates an environmental benefit to the community, we're always interested in exploring those for sure.
Hi, Melanie Ferguson with the Dallas Water Commons. I'm curious to know, Magna, this is a question for you. The Regional Center of Expertise for Education of Sustainable Development, can you speak more about that and what you do in the region or beyond, how that network works?
Yes, absolutely. So the United Nations University tried to advance the UN Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 with the idea that education can be a critical tool in moving that needle and using a global framework for local programs. So when I found out about it in 2018, there were only 6 RCEs in the US, and there were 169 across the world, a global collaboration for working on sustainable development goals using education, right? So I came back, I put together a list of 70 stakeholders. Some of you are here in this room who work with me. And so what I did was, collectively, I did a SWOT analysis, got together the group of 70 people to say, these are the challenges for Texas. If you were to work towards these, what do you think are the key SDGs that applies to Texas as a region, right? Because I think you're setting yourself up for failure if you work on all the 17 SDGs at the same time. So collectively, through a brainstorming session, half-a-day session that we hosted with SWOT analysis, we realized that SDG 4, SDG 2, SDG 9, 11, and 13 were the important SDGs for the region, right? So I put together an application. We submitted it to United Nations University based in Kyoto, Japan, and they approved us that, okay, Texas can have a regional center of expertise for education on sustainable development to drive the work at a regional level for these 5 or 6 SDGs. And since then, we have hosted webinars, we have hosted training sessions. We did work here with Trinity Coalition. We actually developed the water quality report card for Trinity to show that it is safe to, Steve is here in the room, to say that it's safe to go kayaking or use your paddle in the Trinity River. So those are some of the projects. We did a Sustainable Cities 9-month-long cohort with City of Dallas and City of Denton as partners, where we guided the cities to use UN SDGs as something that they can integrate in their strategy and climate action plan or sustainability action plan. And so we do a lot of projects. So if anybody here is interested in doing a project and you need some help, right, in terms of resources, but also educational capacity, we are there for you. We'll work with you. We'll bring the stakeholders. We have applied for lots of funding to get the money to address, even questions like, how do you have a regional food assessment study for Texas region to realize, it's hard to believe that 1 in 7 Texan is food insecure. 50% of college students are food insecure. So all that number, if you try to put it together as an assessment study or an actionable item, it's not easy. And so you need a lot of collaborators to work with you. And that's what RCE has been doing for the last 3 years. We are actually hosting a big summit next week. I encourage you all to come and attend 2-day sessions focused on all the 5 SDGs with great panelists and speakers.
Thank you, Magna.
Thank you.
Garrett Boone, this is a question for Devin. You asked a question at the beginning of your presentation about how do you take an organization and move it from a traditional pathway of making the best investments, maximizing profitability, to including, charting a sustainable pathway. Ray Anderson, who founded Interface Carpets, charted that pathway and wrote about it, and he proved conclusively you can do that, and it's good for the company. You can become a more profitable company. It's better for the shareholders. It's better for employees. He did everything right. So if you have not read about him, I encourage you to either go on, listen to his TED Talks, or read his book, Mid-Course Correction, or see Nathan Havey's new documentary on Ray Anderson called Beyond Net Zero, because he proved you can do it. And they actually, Interface ended up being almost net zero in 2020, and now are on a pathway of being net plus, where they actually sequester carbon and take toxins out of the atmosphere through their manufacturing process.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let me be clear. It's not that we're sitting here saying this question doesn't have an answer. It's the question we keep top of mind as we go through and advance toward ESG goals, right? So it's, for us, we're charged with keeping that front of mind as we execute new projects, as we look at existing partnerships. That's what we want to keep front of mind to make sure that we're working toward that. So absolutely, I appreciate that.
And Devin, I'd actually like to build on that a little bit, and Hughes, you as well, because you see it from a little bit different angle. What are strategies that the audience can use who are earlier in their journey of moving this forward, ways that you've been able to bring all of the different groups within your organization together towards a common goal? Is there anything that you've learned or anything that you would recommend as people start this?
All right, thanks, Joni. So yeah, I think it's just bringing together those diverse stakeholders and kind of talking about what do we have in common, what are we all working towards, and kind of setting that baseline, and then from there strategies can be developed.
Yeah, I think one of the things on my slide it said that I probably didn't touch on, but it's it's enterprise-wide alignment, right? So when we released our ESG program, it wasn't just a cool slide and some nice thoughts. I mean, we tied executive compensation to. We made it across the entire company that this was going to be a central pillar of the way we execute our business. So when you do that, you force alignment, and then conversations start. The other big part of this, though, and I think it's central to why we're up here, is it's great to have that internally, but when you execute on these, that's an external execution. So there's all sorts of stakeholders that are involved. Landowners, oftentimes when it comes, most of the time, if not all the time, when it comes to, at least for my business, conservation projects, it is a landowner, it requires landowner buy-in and approval for us to be able to do that. It's something we've learned a great deal about being able to work directly in with landowners, particularly in the pipeline business, and get them to be a driver of it. So kind of a long answer to your question, but it's getting that enterprise-wide alignment for a large company like ours, making it to where all the employees have an incentive when we're supposed to drive toward it, and then making sure you're carrying that strategy external with stakeholders and partners like Texan by Nature and many, many others, that you're actually executing it externally as well as internally.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have a couple of online questions for Robert. I'm going to kind of combine them, but we've had some inquiries about how the DFW Airport handles wildlife interactions, both for operations, but then also protecting the natural resources. And then any work with dark skies, and more importantly, how do you communicate the work that you're doing for natural resources to the customers that are coming through the DFW Airport every day?
Really good question. So on the first part, can you say the first question again?
Yeah, they were just asking, there's obviously going to be wildlife interactions.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
On the property.
Yes, sorry. So again, think about this, right? The land, the folk that bought the land that DFW's built on, that land was, many of the people here may have used that land for hunting in the past, right? So there are a lot of natural habitat, natural wildlife that existed there before. So when you build an airport, you've displaced them, and now you have to deal with the consequences when they come back into that area. So one of the interactions that we manage very carefully is bird strikes. We try to eliminate the attractants so that you don't have the conflict between aircraft and birds, because there's significant damage, and there's a high number of bird strike incidents at DFW. So things like educating the public about things that, like proper disposal of waste, so you don't have food in places that attract wildlife. Also in our design and construction practices, making sure that the water drains away in a reasonable manner so it doesn't accumulate and attract birds, because birds are attracted to food and water. Other areas that we're trying to work in is looking and analyzing. We're doing a study right now, a biodiversity study of a campus, and trying to understand what exists on our footprint, and looking at the beneficial species that exist and what ways can we make sure that we don't displace them, we continue to allow them to thrive, because they're providing a function whether it's visible or invisible. In addition to the communications, one of the things that we learned early on, and I'm happy that we have a colleague of mine in the audience who's from our communications team, a former reporter. We learned that engineers and scientists don't do very well at communicating. So we called a friend, and we're fortunate to have great partners in our communications department that help us to tell stories. They help us to connect with the right outlets to spread the stories. It's still a challenge, because if you think about the passenger journey, they're passing through the terminal in such a short time, trying to get in and out as quickly as possible. How do you get a message that impacts to them? So some of the other ways that we do that is we promote a lot of our work on social media. Which they follow, and we see their interactions on social media.
Are you a big TikTok user, just like Sarah?
TikChat, what?
TikTok.
Say what?
Robert, I just was in the airport, and I did see the sign that said, bigger than the island of Manhattan.
Yes. Yes.
So we do have a traveler in front that saw the messaging, bigger than the island of Manhattan. We have a question up top.
Hi, Lisa Gonzalez with Audubon, Texas. Fantastic presentations, thank you all. My question is for Hughes. So Hughes, I loved that you had a slide with a graph and data. And so my question for you is relating to that graph. How can conservation organizations who are working on nature-based infrastructure issues and natural solution issues, especially as it relates to water, better communicate the impact of habitat on things like resilience and water issues? I loved that you had that graph that showed surface runoff. That I guess that was related to forest cover over time. So do you have any advice for us as conservation organizations, how we can better use information and data to communicate the message and importance of habitats as it relates to resilience and natural solutions?
Thanks a lot, Lisa. That's a great question. One of the previous panelists talked about KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And so I think that's a great idea. Talking about breaking down complex information into little bits of nuggets, whether that's in an infographic format or a viral TikTok video, I think that's fascinating. But the whole concept of resilience is an important one, and one that's getting a lot of attention right now. And so I think focusing on the importance of these natural landscapes and nature-based solutions in promoting resilience to a state that has a lot of challenges from natural disasters and other concerns. So I think a couple of those ideas could be beneficial to helping to communicate that message.
Thank you, Hughes, and I think that plays directly into what Robert said as far as scientists and engineers. Communicating, you don't have to use every data point. Choose the best one. Keep it simple.
Hi, my name is Cindy Luongo Cassidy, and I'm with the International Dark Sky Association Texas chapter. I loved your presentations, thank you, and the work that you're doing. I appreciate that. I wonder, though, we're being told by biologists that we can protect the land and protect the ecosystems, on the land, the plants, etc. But unless we control the light levels that are invading that land, that we will have negative impacts on all of the species there. So I notice that in all of the work that's being done, that we talk about the land, we talk about, protecting the water. I haven't heard mention protecting, it from light pollution, and I wonder if y'all ever hear that in the work that you do, or feel that that might be as important as protecting the land itself and the water.
Robert, can we start with you on that one?
Sure. So that's a good question. I don't know that I've heard a lot about light pollution at an airport, because if you think about the airports are defined as critical infrastructure, and so for safety reasons, we have to deal with that challenge. However, the point I was making earlier in terms of, as policymakers, we have a responsibility to understand the unintended consequences of our decisions. And as we're exploring the biodiversity of the airport, we need to know how our development actions are affecting the natural habitat as well. So we will eventually get there. So if you have lessons learned that you can share, we'd be happy to.
And Magna, have you guys participated in Lights Out and done some lighting changes at UT Arlington as well?
No, again, for us also it is a security reasons, because students have classes at night, so it's important for us to keep the lights on for their safety. But, I think light pollution, noise pollution, these things often get ignored, and I think they are important to be talked about and integrated in your operational strategy. And I think, the work that Texan by Nature is doing is amazing in that effect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just kind of echo both and also add a little bit that a lot of times, so let's take a compressor station or something that may be out by itself, or maybe it's near some population. Sometimes also critical infrastructure, so we also have some requirements, but that doesn't mean, just because for us on that one facility, doesn't mean that there's not a conversation to be had, right? So sometimes it takes a stakeholder coming and talking to us saying, hey, were you aware of this? Is there a creative solution? I feel like sometimes both sides are either afraid to have that conversation, or we just think there's no conversation to be had. I can tell you the way we approach it, the way we engage with our communities, we want to have those conversations, but don't always assume that we know about it, right? So let's have that conversation, see if there's an opportunity. Maybe there's a way that we can meet our compliance requirements and also still, address the light pollution and see what creative solutions are out there. I think that's really important. I think that's something that meetings like this also bring to bear as well.
Absolutely. Did you want to?
Yeah, just real quick, one of those creative solutions could be increasing tree canopy within our communities to block out some of those lights.
And I will speak for Bill Wren, that I know is in the crowd, where a lot of times it's just turning our lights down.
To build a little bit on that, there are best practices in lighting available. I know you can probably find them on Audubon, Texas's site. You can find them on our site. You can find them on the International Dark Sky Association site. And it's not about dark ground. That's a lot of the pushback that we see in Lights Out Texas is, oh, but safety, we have employees in the building. And in working with the security folks and the operations folks, the facilities managers, it's about using different fixtures, making sure they're pointed down and not letting the light up above. And if you hold a piece of paper, it's full cutoff lighting and a different temperature. So there are opportunities, even if you do need lighting at night. There are definitely ways to get involved with the Dark Skies initiatives. And this will be the last question.
Mine's also for Hughes. I was wondering, I'm thinking selfishly about our watershed here and the tree growth that you see in especially the Upper Trinity watershed, and how much erosion there is because of how flashy it's become. So I'm wondering if there are particular erosion control measures that affect any of that functionality you were talking about with the benefits of forests for water cleanliness?
Yeah, thanks for that. The Texas Water Development Board released a statistic at one point that said that Texas loses 90,000 acre-feet of water every year in reservoir storage capacity. And so I think about establishing riparian forest buffers as one way to help hold that soil in place and minimize the impact of erosion into those streams and ultimate sedimentation.
Thanks, Hughes. And just want to have one quick wrap-up question. So just the first bullet point that comes to mind. As we wrap up system-level thinking, and you guys have each given incredible examples of your journey, the frameworks that you use, the models that may or may not be giving you the right answers. But you've given fantastic things for us to think about. What is if someone's at the start of their journey today, what is you think the biggest thing that they could go back and dig into first? Because you all gave a different view, and it might be overwhelming, but what is like the one thing, if you leave here today, is it a framework, is it a conversation, is it a seek a partner? What is that? And Hughes, we'll start with you.
Okay, so partnerships. Meghna talked a little bit about how historically we've operated in silos, and that's just not going to be functional or effective going forward. And so partnerships like Texan by Nature and all of you in this room today are, to me, what the key to predicting that future or creating that future.
Yeah, I'll give kind of an answer for corporations of like size or even smaller corporations. I think there's a tendency to think that from a partnership strategy, it's how many partnership organizations you have, and I have a different perspective on that. I've learned over the years it's better to find the deeper partnerships that you can create and keep going back to them and lifting them up and creating that relationship. There's more value in that. Sometimes if you spread yourself too thin, it's great to say you're doing all these small projects across the board, but what we want to do is we want to create lasting impact and a lasting relationship in communities. So I would say instead of looking around for always bringing on someone new, go back, like the example I gave, kind of reshape the lens. Have you looked at everything? If there's a new initiative, there's a new issue to look at, or some of your existing partnerships, is there an opportunity there to explore? And that's something we've been challenged by, and we've really challenged ourselves to do, is to go back, look who we've partnered with, and continue to invest in them and bring them up. I think that's really important.
I think I have three of those bullet items. First is, what is your bigger vision? Your vision has to fit into the narrative, not just for your organization, but also for your region or our country or the global perspective, right? So what is the bigger vision? The second is, what is your story? What story are you trying to tell to your organizations, to your customers, to your stakeholders? And it's important to have a clarity of thought on that aspect. And the third is build a better, strong bottoms up and have that with good data. Because you go farther along in the journey and you realize, oh, I didn't measure this in 2015 and now I don't know how to improve. That really puts you back in terms of progress. So having that solid foundation really helps.
Thank you. Robert?
I'm going to say two things. One is candid conversations, because having candid conversations with internal stakeholders, you got to understand how their problems connected to a common source. I mentioned connecting the dots earlier. Having those candid conversations helps to expose what people care about, what bothers them the most, and that's where you can find synergies and actions. The second is measurement. If you don't start measuring what's happening, you're not able to connect consequences to actions.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists. At this time, we will have a 30-minute break. Please join us back here at 3 o'clock. And for those of you online, we'll be back exactly at 3 o'clock. You can still send questions in to info@texanbynature.org or the YouTube stream. But we'll see you back in about half an hour. Thank you, guys.
We've lost over 98% of the original longleaf pine forest in East Texas. Losing longleaf pine is a huge deal for all of us. So how do we restore the longleaf ecosystem and enhance longleaf pine that currently exists while still assisting landowners who need to generate income from their forest? Well, that's the mission of the Texas Longleaf Team. The beauty of the Texas Longleaf Team is that it's a multi-agency, interdisciplinary team of folks that are interested in assisting landowners in restoring the longleaf pine ecosystem. Longleaf pine is important for migratory birds, it's important for carbon storage and sequestration, it's important for water quality and quantity. We're in this with the landowner. We're going to share the costs of especially initial planting and establishment of longleaf throughout the entire restoration process.
Well, welcome back, and thank you again to the 2021 Conservation Wranglers. Those are the 3 videos that you've seen today for the continued work and impact that you're having and allowing us to continue to hold up your projects as examples. I hope you enjoyed the break. We have had 2 amazing panels today, and I'm very excited to end with models of success. Don't forget, if you are online, you can join us by asking questions at info@texanbynature.org or on the YouTube stream. So we really couldn't have a discussion about the future of conservation without diving into programs and thinking that are changing behaviors in action. And that's what you're going to see from the stage in a couple of minutes. These are models that we can emulate and that we can evolve no matter what type of organization that you have. Thomas Edison once said, "Keep on the lookout for novel ideas that others have used successfully." Your idea has to be original only in its adaptation to the problem you're working on. And isn't that what the entire discussion is about today? Learning from each other? We don't have to be the king in the room saying, it was my idea. It's all of our idea. We can all work together to make it better. We can adapt, emulate, and evolve. His quote resonates with the work that Texan by Nature has done with the Texas Water Action Collaborative. You've heard a couple of folks mention TxWAC today. Some people said Texas Water Action Collaborative. Well, it was actually inspired by the California Water Action Collaborative. And TxWAC is not the exact same. It's been adapted to meet the needs of Texas. When we all first started talking, we're like, this is Texas. It's going to be about action. It is the Action Collaborative here in Texas. And we set the model up to do just that. It builds on what makes Texas a model globally. Diverse resources across 11 ecoregions, diverse citizens to the tune of 30 million Texans, industry opportunity, leadership in energy, food, manufacturing, technology, and more. What started as a pilot here in North Texas has proven to be a successful model of bringing conservation and industry together to fund water in Texas that benefits quality and quantity community engagement. Open communication between this group, it's a group made up, if you haven't heard already, of many industries and many conservation partners. Standard approach and clear metrics have been drivers for successful partnerships and funding to date. With a little seed funding, we're at about $1.6 million in funding to water initiatives in North Texas at this point through TxWAC. So this is certainly a model of seeing something that was working a little bit somewhere else, continuing to make it better, and then applying it. So our next speakers have taken this system-level approach and thinking that we heard about earlier. They've innovated, and they've taken it to new and impactful levels. From supporting our natural world and generating tourism, to feeding our population, to managing waste, to collectively solving challenges, to utilizing and building technology that drives efficiency, these projects can be replicated in Texas as soon as you leave here today. As we hear from these leaders, I hope that you'll think about how their learnings and models relate to your organizations and projects. What if you took these methods home and applied them? What if you made them uniquely your own? What if you adapted them? How can we lead not only in new models, but in accelerating progress by building on each other's innovation? Today, we'll hear from Abraham Tweme, the Director of Sustainability and Public Affairs, Communications, and Sustainability for Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, Dr. Michael Wetz, the Chair of Coastal Ecosystems Processes at Hart Research Institute, Philip Walker, the owner of Seven Oaks Ranch and President of the Ozona Chamber of Commerce, and Eden Dion, Vice President of Energy and Chemical Management Programs at IBM. Similar to previous panels, you'll hear presentations in succession. Please hold your questions. We'll have 20 minutes at the end to dive in deeper. And please join me in thanking the presenters. Abraham.
Thank you, Jody, and thanks everyone for being here. It's really my honor to be a part of this event. It's something that I appreciate a lot, the work that TxN by Nature does in creating these spaces and allowing us as an organization to go out and expand on our strategy. So I know that everybody knows the name Coca-Cola. That's not a surprise, but let me introduce to you all Arca Continental, which is our parent company. So Arca Continental, it's a Coca-Cola bottler, and we're serving 5 countries across the Americas. I'm gonna try to, look this way. So we have presence, of course, here in the US, in Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, and Argentina. And all the rest are just numbers to, try to gauge the size of the company. In reality, if you're not a Coca-Cola bottler, most of these make no sense, but I just want to talk about the 63,000 associates that are part of our organization. And from that point, move to CCSWB, the way that we refer to ourselves, because our Continental Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages definitely is a mouthful. So we try to keep it short with CCSWB. And we essentially have 7,000 associates in Texas and parts of the neighboring states, with 7 production facilities and 37 distribution facilities. We're the 3rd largest bottler in the US in terms of volume. So it's a large organization, really. And with that, I want to first introduce our sustainability strategy through our sustainability video that we recently recorded and are very proud about. And maybe I need to hear it again. So maybe no video. Okay, let me see if one more time if it works. Technical difficulties. Let's see. There we go.
At Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, sustainability is important to us as a strategic business growth platform, and we work to integrate it into everything we do. We focus our sustainability activities in several areas. In 2020, we joined with the Coca-Cola Foundation to pledge $2 million to support the Nature Conservancy's efforts to ensure there is enough water in our region to meet present and future needs as our population continues to grow.
I think we can skip the video because
Along
now
with the Coca-Cola
there's
Company,
no
we
image,
have
so
developed programs to reduce emissions.
Is there a way, can we skip the video? Can we go to the next one? The good thing is I do know what's on the video, so I can talk to you all about that. Okay, perfect. All right, so, well, this slide now without the video, I guess I can tell you all about the context. So we have basically four pillars that we focus on. Our sustainability strategy. 4 that are outward facing and 2 inward facing. The 2 inward facing that you're not seeing here on the screen are culture, and the last one is our social license. So it's more of a how we deal with sustainability within. That's our culture piece, and the social license is really how are we able to really group that all together into a reputational impact for the organization. But these 4 pillars here that you see, water, climate, packaging, and communities, these are really where we're able to group everything that we do as an organization. And starting with water, in many ways, thanks to the work that we do with TxN by Nature and many of its members, we are currently replenishing 2 times the water we use to manufacture our products. What this means, it's quite literally that for every gallon that we're taking from the environment to manufacture our product, we're supporting projects that are going to replenish 2 times that volume. So it's something that we're very proud about, and something that we definitely see as a milestone and as a big part of us doing our part on that water piece. But we also try to link that with the community, and the way we do that is through the distribution of rain barrels. So over the past couple of years, we've distributed over 5,000 rain barrels. Each rain barrel has the capacity to save around 30,000 gallons a year, depending on rainfall and where it's located. So it really is, those are the type of projects where you can really start seeing long-lasting impact. And the best part is we manufacture those rain barrels by reusing our 55-gallon syrup drums. So it's really out of something that would have been waste, we created that opportunity in many, thanks to our great partners, to have that be a source of rainfall interception for the communities to use. On the climate piece, the 2 biggest drivers of this have been our usage of renewable energy and our usage of recycled PET. And with that, we've been able to remove the equivalent emissions of taking 6 million cars off the road for a day. For reference, because I didn't know how much that actually meant, the DFW area as a whole has 4 million cars. So it's basically, taking for 36 hours, a day and a half, all the cars of the DFW area off the road. And from a tree planting perspective, we have supported the planting of over 29 acres of forest, in equivalent of all the tree planting projects that we've done across our stages. The packaging piece, we are currently collecting 6 out of every 10 bottles that we're putting out into the market. And the equivalent volume of that is, then enough to fill out 700 Olympic-sized pools. So a lot of plastic that we're working on getting back. And we are doing a lot of investments, and that's really where I'm going to be focusing the rest of my conversation on, in communities that have some issue with access to recycling. And we've supported recycling access for over 2 million individuals in Texas. And finally, for the communities piece, because sustainability is more than just that environmental aspect, we partner with an array of organizations doing inclusion and diversity, health and wellness, and a lot of very important initiatives. And we've supported through those partnerships over 400,000 individuals, particularly on the education piece, which was really the flagship of what we did last year on the community side. We donated over $3.6 million in both laptop donations, equipment for underserved communities, but also scholarships and grants to support education access. So, as I mentioned, I'm going to be focusing on plastics. I know that's the biggest thing people think when they hear Coca-Cola. So let's make sure we're able to talk about how we're doing that piece. We like to call this closed-loop recycling solutions. What that means is that we're doing the effort so that every bottle that we put out, we take that bottle back and we use that particular bottle instead of other packaging materials to make new bottles. So with that, you are really closing the loop on the issue of plastic pollution, and you're making sure that our bottles get recycled. So we have 4 things here. We talk first of collection, logistics, recycling, and finally, the recycled PET or rPET integration. So when we start with collection, that's really where we notice the biggest gap. And that's because recycling access varies throughout the state, as many of you here know. And that meant that we needed to go and we needed to create community-based solutions, and that every solution was going to be different. If you move 50 miles to the east, 50 miles to the west, it's going to be a completely new reality, so you have to take that into account. So we created a network of collection points where we're sourcing from the first point of valorization, which is essentially the moment where it moves from being recyclables / trash towards a commodity. So when you do that transaction, that first purchase or sale of the material, that's where we're going and trying to find the material. And the reason for that is very simple. The more you move throughout the supply chain, the more material is going to be lost as we're looking for, or as recyclers and other entities are looking for efficiency. So if we go to that very first part, we make sure that we're capturing as much material as we can. At that point, it starts our logistical network, which, as you would imagine, is a nightmare when you try to capture for every valorization point. So we currently have a couple thousand different points where we're sourcing the material, and that material then gets combined. The way that we make it work is that even if it's a small volume, we find ways to consolidate that material into our overall supply chain. So with that, you don't have the typical concerns that plastic recycling usually has, where if it's not a large manufacturing facility or a large entity, it's hard to close the loop. That's not a perfect solution, and we've had moments where we are not there yet, but we are already making sure that the material doesn't flow into the landfill. So it's building on what you do. First, you stop the material from going to the landfill, but it might get recycled in a different industry, and eventually you grow that program until the point where you can start sourcing that back and integrate it into your bottles. That brings you to the recycling space, which of course it's every recycling facility or bottle-to-bottle recycling facility has pretty similar characteristics. The material gets washed, it gets milled, you get the flakes can then get processed. So there's a lot of intermediate steps there, but eventually from that point you end up with resin, with plastic resin. And that plastic resin, then you have to integrate that back into the bottle. So that's where the other big difference in our model happens, is that our recycling partner is a single one, so we're able to leverage that understanding, that full depth understanding of the resin, to manufacture new bottles made from 100% recycled content, which are out in the market, and you might see the sign. We have basically our core brands in 20 ounce at 100% recycled plastic. And with that, or the way that we're doing that is by supporting access to recycling in communities. So we are identifying communities that have a specific bottleneck that prevents them from operating at full capacity. We engage with that community. We understand, what are your needs, and whether or not that's something that has an infrastructure component that we can support. When there is, we invest in infrastructure, and we create a long-term agreement with that entity, because in many ways, they're all not only looking for infrastructure itself, but they're also looking for certainty that they're going to have a market for the materials at the end. So if we don't work that whole understanding, it's possible that it won't be a long-term solution. So we make sure we integrate that long-term purchasing into the agreement, and finally we support them with additional investment when we identify that they're hitting their next bottleneck. And I have two examples of that. The first one being the McAllen Recycling Center. So this entity, we started working with them in December of 2020. And basically, over the span of a year and a half, they have tripled their recycling outlet for plastics. And really, they have been able to service several neighboring communities. And to date, we have basically sourced around 1 million pounds of PET from this particular location. And we are, of course, now assessing, how can we support you in an additional investment in 2023. We have already provided 2 investments for them. The first was a grant to cover purchase of recycling bins. Then that created a happy problem in a sense, where they didn't have now the infrastructure to go and capture that material and bring that material back into their facility. So we purchased a roll-off truck for them to be able to service those communities. And the second one is Uvalde. The Uvalde Recycling Center unfortunately had to shut down during COVID. It was one of many sites where COVID created a big toll in their operations. And they had two big issues with processing the material. First was that the material was bagged, so it created an additional step for processing. And the second one is just, as you can see on the pictures, the top is before, bottom's after. The material was not really well pre-sorted, so a lot of times the material that they got was not material that they could really work with. So we worked with them. We provided recycling bins so that they could go out and share those with the community. They were able to restart their PET recycling program. And this started in Earth Day of this year. They have around 4,000 pounds right now for recycling. And all of this wouldn't be possible without our biggest member. And that's why I wanted to start at the beginning and talk about our 7,000 associates, or as we like to call them, our 7,000 heroes. They're the big part of what we do. The volunteering opportunities that we do with them, we make sure to link that back into our closed loop strategy. And you will see there that those are all the points where we have our cleanup efforts, where we're sourcing the bottles and making sure that those bottles end up coming back into our supply chain so they can become part of the recycling stream. And since I'm on time, that'll be my last slide. Thank you.
All right, well, I'd like to thank you all for being here, and I'd like to especially thank Texan by Nature for giving us this amazing opportunity to talk about a truly special place on the Texas coast, and that's Baffin Bay, and also to talk about the initiative that we have underway now to improve the health of Baffin Bay. So I'd also like to just acknowledge our partners at the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program, and also a lot of the community members who've worked with us over the years on this on Baffin Bay issues. So for those of you who don't know where Baffin Bay is, it's located about 40 miles south of Kingsville, or 40 miles south of Corpus Christi, next to Kingsville. And it's one of those rare places where you can still go on the Texas coast and be away from people. You can go out on the water there and not see people for miles. So it's just an amazing experience. Unless your boat breaks down, then you got problems. But other than that, it's a really special place where you can still get out and be in nature and not be around people. So, oh, pardon me. So I mentioned Baffin Bay. It's really isolated, really special from that standpoint. I had some videos here, but it looks like they're not playing. But it has some unique features that really, there we go, that make it also special. One is that it has these ancient worm reefs all over the bottom of Baffin Bay that have formed by these calcifying worms. And they're only found in one other place in the world. And they support this just incredible diversity of life, whether it's barnacles and little crabs and shrimp or other critters, or whether it's fish that like to live in the nooks and crannies in these reefs. Just a really amazing diversity of life within these features. And they're sometimes referred to as the rocks of Baffin Bay, or those darn rocks, and various iterations of darn that's not appropriate for this audience. They're degrading because they get hit with boat props. And that obviously creates problems for the boaters, but we're losing these special habitats. And so that's one of the things that we're actually focused on, is how do we protect these habitats and how can we potentially bring them back? So aside from the rocks of Baffin, what it's really known for, though, is the fishing. Baffin just has this ability to support these uniquely high populations of different fish species that people care about: the trout, the red drum, the black drum. So it's just an incredible place to go fishing. And I've heard various estimates of the contribution to the local economy, but nominally for recreational and commercial fishing for Baffin and the Upper Laguna Madre, it's on the order of several $100 million per year minimum. So it's just a really important contributor to the economy of the coastal bend. Unfortunately, we've been dealing with some issues in Baffin Bay that suggest that it's not as healthy as it used to be. Back in the early 1990s, we started seeing these brown tide algal blooms developing in the bay. And basically, when these things happen, they turn the water like chocolate milk, and they spread out from Baffin all throughout the Laguna Madre. And they're problematic because when we get these algal blooms, there's not enough light that goes to the bottom. So we lose really critical habitat like seagrass beds, which are important for fish and all the shrimp and little critters that live in them. And these seagrass beds are also really important from a carbon sequestration standpoint. They're one of the most important carbon trapping habitats in an aquatic system worldwide. So we've had seagrass die off as a result of these algal blooms. And the blooms have popped up ever since pretty regularly. The first bloom actually lasted 7 years. It's one of the longest recorded algal blooms in history. So when I first got involved in Baffin Bay, that was back in 2012, and we started getting concerns being shared from community members and longtime anglers about things that they were seeing in the bay, so the algal blooms, but also we were starting to have issues with big fish kills that were popping up in the bay, and including things like trophy trout and fish that you do not want to see dying, basically. We started also having issues with the black drum fishery. This is an important commercial fish species. And back in 2012, over 70% of the adult black drum that were caught, they basically had no tissue on them. They had this jelly-like flesh. And so the commercial fishermen, they couldn't sell that. They basically had to discard the fish. So a lot of things were coming together to tell us that Baffin Bay was not as healthy as it used to be and as it needed to be. Unfortunately, at that time, it was strange. You know, Baffin Bay is this special place, but it had really been neglected from a research and monitoring standpoint. So we didn't have a lot of data to try and figure out what was going on. There also weren't a lot of resources available to start data collections. So one of the first things we did is we pulled a lot of the community members together and said, look, we need your help to get this data, to figure out what's going on. So we actually formed a team of citizen scientists. We pulled together community members, they volunteered to help us get the data. And actually this incorporation of citizen scientists into conservation programs is becoming a much more widely adopted practice. And there are several benefits to it. It can help you really greatly expand your scales of data collection, as opposed to just 3 people from my lab going out. When we have 18 people from the community, we can get a lot more data. We can also do it on less resources. And what I found through the citizen science program that was really important is it helped to create a connection between the community and the environment. That one of the really special things for me was seeing how the volunteers over time gained a better understanding of how the ecosystem worked and some of the causes of the change that we're seeing. So we were fortunate when we started this program that we had a community member who was kind of like a magnet for everybody else, a fellow named Scott Murray. And he basically helped to pull together about 18 to 20 citizen scientists. We were able to start off with just a little bit of funding from Clayburgh County and from a few other sources. And since then, we've been very fortunate that seeing the success of this program, we've had other folks step up to the plate with sustained funding, and especially the Celanese Corporation and the Coastal Conservation Association. So with this citizen scientist program, we were finally starting to get a handle on what was going on in the bay. And before I talk about that, I just wanted to show you a brief video of some of our citizen scientists in action. So hopefully this works. I'm gonna try and go back one more time. There we go. Well, we've just completed the first year and we have some very interesting findings, and we're starting to really understand how Baffin Bay works from an environmental standpoint. And this has led to some interesting partnerships looking at fisheries. And all of this, though, was really, it really could have been done without the help of the volunteers as well as our funding partners. So all of that support is really appreciated, and I think it's going to contribute to a much better understanding of what's going on in Baffin Bay. So these citizen scientists came from a cross-section of the community. We had B&B owners, we had commercial and recreational fishermen, you name it. We had a lot of different representation on there. And the one thing that really was the common thread is they all wanted to see the bay get healthy again and be healthy for future generations. So what we ultimately found with this bay was that it's being affected by nutrient pollution. So basically when too much nitrogen and phosphorus are going into the bay and triggering algal blooms and a whole lot of other problems in the bay itself, including some of the things we were seeing with the seagrass beds and the fisheries. So what we did is we came together using the findings from the citizen scientists. We got together and formed a stakeholder group. So we brought together folks from the community to try and figure out, okay, what are we going to do about these issues? And we started off with probably a handful of people in a room back in 2018, and we've grown to over 250 people on the stakeholder group right now. And I wanted to particularly highlight the citizens and the landowners, because a lot of those volunteers, they turned out to form the core of that stakeholder group and are really active in it. So that was another one of the advantages of working with the citizen scientists on this effort. Now, our goal with the stakeholder group has primarily been focused on dealing with the nutrient problems. But we started realizing just from feedback we were getting from the community that there was a real desire to see a broader vision for what Baffin Bay could look like again in the future. And so actually we used the Texan by Nature application to start to put together ideas and come up with a real vision for what we're gonna end up with and what we want to look like. And so that's where we came up with this Bringing Baffin Back initiative. And essentially what this is a sustained commitment to really improve the health of both Baffin Bay and also the surrounding economy. Again, recognizing that really important connection between the bay and the folks that live around the bay. So what it looks like, we're taking a phased approach on this. We started off just getting the data that we needed with the citizen scientists back in 2013. Phase 2 is where we really start to turn dirt and fix things on the land that are contributing to the nutrients that are affecting the bay. Actually, we've had some really recent successes there that have started to kick off the watershed restoration part of this. So we were able to get a watershed protection plan approved earlier this year, and that's essentially a menu of options that will help landowners to do things on their land that can improve the water that comes off their land, and it will provide them with resources as well. We also just found out that the Natural Resources Damage Assessment Program, which has money coming from the Deepwater Horizon settlement, they're proposing to put about $5 million towards nutrient reduction activities in the Baffin Bay watershed as well. And there's also been a lot of nice work between our partners and different communities down there that have wastewater infrastructure that is failing and that's contributing to nutrients going into the bay itself. So we have a really nice initiative underway now to try and provide some of these small rural communities with assistance to help them upgrade their treatment facilities. So once we start to get a handle on the water quality and the nutrient issues, then we're going to really turn our attention back to the bay and restoring habitat that's been lost in the bay itself, whether it's the seagrass beds or trying to deal with the serpulid rocks that we're losing in the bay. But sort of overarching all of this, we've recognized that we can do all this work, but if we don't have that next generation of stewards there to kind of pick up the mantle from the folks who've been on the ground doing this now, we may not get very far in the future. So we're going to be putting a lot of efforts towards fostering that next generation of stewards, kids that are interested in the bay. It's been really amazing working with some of the school groups down there, seeing kids that live 3 miles from the bay who've never been on the bay. If we don't get those kids to appreciate the bay and what it means, that's going to affect the long-term success of this project. So we're going to be putting a lot of efforts towards that in the near future. oops, pardon me. A lot of benefits. I'm running short on time, but obviously clean water is very attractive to recreational users compared to dirty water. It can also support better habitat and fisheries. We're really excited about the potential for improving the habitat in the bay that can capture carbon and sequester carbon. There's going to be a lot of educational opportunities for that next generation of stewards and next generation of environmental researchers as well. And then just the co-benefits to the community in all this, I think, is really important. Whether it's improved infrastructure for waste treatment or increased ag production, there's going to be a lot of these benefits coming down to the community from this project. So if you're interested, if you haven't been to Baffin Bay, first of all, I would strongly encourage you to take that side road and come down and visit the bay at some point. It's just a really special place. But certainly, even if you don't live near the bay, join our stakeholder group to learn more about the bay itself and the efforts down there. Of course, we're always looking for partnership development and folks who have good ideas who can help us to advance some of the goals and accomplish some of the goals that we have in mind as well. So with that, I just wanted to point you to this QR code because it takes you to a website where you can see a video that was made about the Bringing Baffin Back initiative. And it's a lot of interviews with longtime anglers, and it gives their perspective on the bay and what they want to see and how it's changed over time. It's really well done. It actually just won first place at the Texas Water Foundation's annual film festival. So thank you all. So please do go visit it.
Thank you, Dr. Wetz. I need to get to Baffin Bay. All right, and it's really important about what you said about the kids and the next generation. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Walker. I'm really honored to be here on behalf of the Ozona community, Ozona, Texas, the Ozona Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Oaks Ranch, and my family and our partners. Mrs. Bush, thank you so much for starting such a classy, clever, common sense business conservation organization. As soon as I heard the words Texan by Nature, I was in. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the board of Texan by Nature and also for the staff here at the Bush Institute for putting together this great presentation. So really, really appreciate it. My name is Philip Walker. I'm the president of the Ozona Chamber of Commerce and an owner of Seven Oaks Ranch. I'm fortunate to have some of our partners from the ranch here today, which is kind of fun. If you don't know where Ozona, Texas is, go 3 hours west of San Antonio on I-10, and that's it. Crockett County, it's the only community in the 8th largest county in the state of Texas. We got some great dark skies. We're on the Monarch Flyway, and it's a lovely place if you're looking to get away and get some peace and quiet too, and see some dark skies. What I'm going to be talking about today is kind of some synergies, if you will, parallels between a successful conservation plan incorporated onto our family ranch, starting in about 2009 or so, and then how that plan was basically incorporated into some of the tourism and education of the Ozona Chamber of Commerce and our interpretive trail. So I'll be going over a few things, basically with the Seven Oaks Ranch first and that model and our conservation initiatives, the ranch history, a little bit of focus, partnerships and volunteers, which I emphasize are very important, the transition to conservation from strictly a livestock agriculture type ranch, grants, really important, the use of prescribed fire, and business collaboration, a very unique business collaboration that turned into an educational documentary film. We've had we were just so blessed as kids to spend a lot of time in the outdoors on the ranch in West Texas and a farm on my mother's side in Navasota, Texas. So we spent a lot of time, we were very fortunate on the weekends to spend time out in nature. And kind of like what Dr. Wetz was talking about, it was instilled in us at an early age. Yes, I went off to college and did all those things, but I came back around. And so it's really important to get young people involved soon as possible. And they'll remember that later. You'll see some of those figures over on that T-shirt that one of our volunteers, Sergio, is holding up. That's one of our favorite quotes from Aldo Leopold. That's the original ranch house from back in the 20s. It was strictly goats and sheep ranching for so many years. And like many farms and ranches in that part of the world, you know, Big Bend region, Val Verde County, Crockett County, it was really just ranching with sheep and goats. And it used to be kind of like, you know, Miss Bush has her really wonderful prairie out here that some of you saw during lunch or maybe seen it before. She's restored that to what it used to be here. And so that's kind of what we've been doing at our ranch and many other ranches, is to return the land to balance. This area in West Texas used to be like 70% grassland, 30% brush. But over 100 years, when they fenced it off and maybe weren't practicing the best rotational grazing and land stewardship, that grass got suppressed and the brush started to take over. So then it turned into 70% brush, 30% grass. Well, grass is really what you need for your pollinators, hold that rainwater, stop the floods. So that's what we decided to do once we made our mind up which direction we wanted to go. Again, another photo. If you look, very little grass in that photo. Back in the day, I remember in the 70s growing up out there, it was, you know, the mindset was put as many head of livestock on that land as you can. So it was kind of, I would say, more short-term thinking. But to be fair, those folks, including our grandparents, they were just doing what they thought was right at that time, trying to make a living. But you could see it just turned into, we had to start supplemental feeding of hay because the grass was gone. But we made a decision, you know, we came to a fork in the road. We made a decision around 98 or so. My older brother and I, particularly, when we started going out there after college and stuff, it was like, God, this does not look right. We're not biologists or anything. But, you know, where we used to hunt jackrabbits out in that green grass pasture, there's brush there now and rocks. So something is not right here. So we basically, what we did, we decided we were going to make a commitment, and instead of focusing on livestock, we had our ag exemption, our agriculture exemption. We were going to move it into an ag exemption based on wildlife and conservation. So that was the first step of this new era of Seven Oaks Ranch. Of course, you can see a bee box there. You know, Steve was up here talking about his wonderful vet program for bees. That's my niece, Ellie, there. Pollinators are so important, and that's one of the main things that attracted me to Texan by nature. Our father is over there with some seeds from a Native American seed company in Junction, Texas. We just took an acre or two and started planting some milkweed and whatnot, and Indian paintbrush and all kinds of things. That picture there is Taylor Keys is in that photo. That was taken back in 2018 or so. We did one of our first projects with one of our first partners, Texan by Nature. Monarch Way Station, that's through Monarch Watch, and I highly encourage you guys to get certified. You can get it certified for your home, business, whatnot, just like Texan by Nature. But we got about 400 milkweed plugs through that partnership. So partnerships are really what it's all about. You've been hearing many of us speak about it today, and it's just more fun to do it that way too. In addition to focusing on pollinators, restoring grasslands, we love our horned lizards. We have round-tailed horned lizards, and we have our Texas horned lizards, and the horned lizard king of Texas is here, Andy Glusenkamp here somewhere from the San Antonio Zoo, great guy. We also noticed that another partnership we wanted to create was through the Texas Dark Skies Association, or the Texas chapter of the International Dark Skies Association, and those fine folks are here today too. I'm proud to say I think we're the first ranch in Crockett County to get our Dark Skies certification. And those partnerships, they built and they created this energy it got us more attention, and conservation groups saw us as what we wanted to be seen as. We really want to turn this ranch around, be an example for others, and make a difference and turn a wrong into a right. Supplemental water is something else we really got involved in. We would have tanks that would overflow with a solar pump, and it would create a little creek on the ground, and we've had hawks and deer come in, quail, feral hogs, everything. We even have the rain catchment devices which catch the rain and store the water, and out in West Texas that's really important. So water's life out there, and grass, water, it all comes together. One other thing that we've done for the wildlife is we learned from some of the biologists when we opened up our gates and let them in, is that you put rocks in your troughs, and the birds can fall in there, or if there's a big distance between the water and the lip of the trough, they can fall in, and then they can't get out. So it's very fundamental and simple, but the rocks were just really important, but the bees will land on the rocks too, because they have to drink water as well. So it's really neat to watch all these animals get on these rocks in your livestock troughs, but you turn them into a wildlife water place too. It's really neat. We through Texas Bluebird Society, we started doing bluebird boxes and owl boxes, and all these things, of course, they go towards your wildlife tax valuation. You have to incorporate these practices. If you go wildlife with your ag exemption, there's certain things you have to do, but hopefully you consider them fun and helpful, and it's just what your mission and values are all about. So supplemental water, reseeding, and bird boxes, just a few of the things. So I mentioned earlier conservation partnerships. You have to open up your gates and let people in. And sometimes in West Texas, people are a little too independent, and they don't want anybody on their land. Our grandfather had very colorful things to say about Nature Conservancy and Parks and Wildlife when I was growing up. He got pulled out of World War II to go move his Wilson family out of what became Big Bend National Park. So he was not a fan of the federal government. But that's what makes this story so ironic and interesting, is because we've come full circle. We're still getting there. Okay, so again, partnerships. More is better. Texan by Nature, one of our first ones as well. Monarch Watch, Texas AgriLife, Quail Forever, NRCS. It helped us get grants. What is that one there? The Native Texas Prairie. That's my niece Ellie. Grassland restoration programs with Quail Forever. We got into fire. Holistically, fire is one of the best things you can do to restore the grasslands, to cut down on your brush, bring the grass pollinators back. It's just a fun thing to do. We worked with students, volunteers, family, NGOs, federal state agencies, Sul Ross State University, Texas State, as well as Angelo State. A lot of fun. Bringing the people outdoors together. Some of the best friendships are made. It's just a fantastic time to be outdoors with people, having a positive impact on their lives. And you know, deep down inside, I think everybody likes to burn stuff. They really do. And you can do it legally at our place and many others. So join a fire club. Fellowship in the great outdoors, fun, grounding, good for all the senses, fight nature deficit disorder. It helps heal yourself while healing the land. It's done a lot for me and so many people. Just being outside and breathing fresh air. That's what fire can do for the land. Bring your bluebonnets back. We were so honored. It's my father there. I don't think he ever thought we'd win an award for conservation at our place, because it was just looked so bad for so long. But with people, friends, positive energy, we even got recognized as Business of the Month. My grandfather be turning over in his grave. One of the most unique partnerships that we got through these awards was a partnership with Desert Door Distillery in Driftwood, Texas. The only Saltol distillery in the state of Texas. And they brought some wonderful people to help us with our fire programs, our land stewardship programs. Can't say enough about Desert Door. They created a product there on that bottle. They took the burned Saltols from the ranch and created a beverage called backburn, which is a term used in prescribed fire. And it sold out really quickly. That was really neat. So, Desert Door. The Chamber of Commerce, I'm going to talk really quickly, briefly about what we did, what we're doing at the Chamber of Commerce that we kind of just took from Seven Oaks Ranch and that successful model. We started focusing on heritage and nature tourism. We're a Texas Parks and Wildlife stop along the Wildlife Trail of West Texas. We are members of the Texas Pecos Trail of Texas Historical Association. Other partnerships, Texan by Nature, of course. Very proud of that sign I put up a few months ago. That was a great day. International Dark Sky Association, Texas chapter, and Wild Spirit Wild Places was fantastic nonprofit arm of Desert Door Distillery. Great conservation organization. We have our interpretive trail, native species, wildlife habitat. We just put up an owl box. So we're really trying to expand the educational element of the Chamber of Commerce's interpretive trail, expanding our partnerships, which helps with marketing. We have water catchment out there as well, which is important in West Texas. We're on the Monarch Flyway. We've just basically, it's just right underneath our noses. What do we have here that we can market that's simple? We're on the Monarch Flyway. Okay, let's put more milkweeds on our interpretive trail. Okay, let's maybe get a game camera up and put it live on the internet. There's things like that we're trying to do. So it's very simple sometimes. We started a new Dark Skies recognition program with the help of IDA Texas, the International Dark Sky Association. So we always have a business of the month in our chamber newsletter. But by recognizing a local business for being dark sky friendly, we've basically doubled the amount of chamber members that we can put in our newsletter and recognize. And it's been accepted and embraced really, really well. A lot of folks that live in this dark town of Ozona, Texas, they didn't really realize they had dark skies. So I'm like, have you ever looked up out here? And then everybody realized, yeah, we do love our dark skies. Okay, well, so now we have a dark sky business recognition program. We have, just to our west, a really beautiful park, about 4,000 acres in conjunction with Parks and Wildlife. The Escondido Draw Recreation Area is now applying for their International Dark Skies Preserve. So that's fantastic press for Ozona. We did a land stewardship event in February with support from Desert Door's nonprofit arm, Wild Spirit Wild Places, and you recognize those symbols that were on the Seven Oaks shirt earlier. It was a fantastic event. We had marketing items that would say the superstars of land stewardship coming to Ozona. It was kind of like the circus coming to town. And then we give you a drip torch and let you go burn stuff. And then we had booth vendors and great talks by Andy Glusenkamp, or Dark Skies people, Devil's River Conservancy, pollinators. We just had a great variety of education. There's just the brochure there. Outdoors, indoors as well. We had the fire outside, and then we also had our vendors in our local convention center, brought needed money to town, if you will, great networking, and it allowed Ozona to advertise and market themselves in a different new way instead of just hunting, oil and gas, and ranching. And then we were so fortunate to be covered in a lot of different media for doing such a great event. There's the local landowner with Karen and Brent Luby, who are here today with Wild Spirit Wild Places. They were our major sponsor, and Ozona Bank and a few other great ones. But it was just a wonderful, positive, educational event. And if you would like to see the incredible documentary that was done, you can go to that website right there. It's a really fantastic story, and we've actually done 2 documentaries with Desert Door, Wild Spirit Wild Places. So very fortunate for them and their mission. Thank y'all so much.
This is for short people. Next time, Joni, you need to put Philip last. I don't think I could come close to his presentation. But thank you, Mrs. Bush, for creating this wonderful organization. And we were very humbled when we received the news from Texan by Nature that we were selected as one of this year's honorees. And when me and our team looked at Texan by Nature, we never even heard about this. We said we love it. and you put on the map this topic, conservation, which is so important, but often seem to be overlooked. So thank you for that. So today I'm going to share a little bit about IBM's environmental program over the years, and that's going to be front end of my presentation, and I'll end with an application of what we are doing today using technology to help others and work with others, collaborate with others in this area. So, IBM. 50 years ago, that's when IBM's then CEO, who was our second CEO, Thomas J. Watson Jr., who was the son of our founding CEO, issued IBM's first corporate policy on the environment. He was a visionary person. And that was 50 years ago, and we have continued our commitment, I could say that. I've been with the company almost 40 years, and I'm fortunate to have really spent my entire career in this area. Very proud to be associated with the company. And how do we do that? So IBM is a company that's over 115 years history. So we are one of the oldest technology companies. And our commitment really to environmental management is enabled by what we call a global environmental management system. We are very much a system and process-driven company. So what does that mean is that we don't count on a specific individual to carry on the torch. For this commitment to continue, we believe it has to be system-driven. So it's not relying upon a charming CEO or a competent team of passionate employees, but it has to be system-driven, has to be integrated into what we do every day. So what we say is that it's really the foundation of our environmental accomplishment. We don't think we could do much less sustained, in a sustained manner without a system. We're just human beings. We're not perfect. And through this management system, we articulate roles, responsibilities, and accountability. So it's not that you say, I'm going to have a goal, and then you're done with it. Accountability is documented in the management system. And as I mentioned before, this system enables us to carry out our commitment through good times and lean times, really, in IBM's own business or more macroeconomically, and also endures changes in senior management. I think we're on our 9th CEO. Our CEO tend to stay pretty long, 115 years, we have about 9, but still, there's 9 individuals. We rely upon this environmental management system, so it's important, and I want to mention that. Today, IBM is a very different company. We are what we call a technology company that is focusing on artificial intelligence and hybrid cloud, for whatever it means to the audience here, compared to even as shortly as about 30 years ago, we were very much a vertically integrated manufacturer. Upwards of 75% of our revenue came from selling computer equipment, servers, storage systems. Today, that's only 10% of our revenue. So the company has transformed over 100 years, and we, as I said, relying upon this management system to carry our commitments. So quickly, we, as part of the management system, is setting goals to drive performance. And right now, last year we refreshed our goals, and we have goals in 5 specific areas. So today, I'm only going to really focus on conservation and pollution prevention, as opposed to all the 5 areas that's listed there. It's interesting, I forgot the very first one. I should have had 1973, because that goal was under energy and climate. So in 1973 was when IBM formalized our energy conservation program, and we have sustained that program since 73, however many years ago that was, 50 years. Before that, like many companies, we've always said energy conservation because it makes business sense. It saves money, right? And we've always said that the most environmentally preferable energy is that 1 kilowatt hour you never had to use. So we've sustained the program 1973. We've set a goal on energy conservation since then, and we've continued to have a goal. Between 1990 and now, just for perspective, our energy conservation program has saved the company over $600 million. So it really makes both environmental sense and business sense. So I'm not going to read through the goals, but these are just some topical areas that we have goals in conservation and pollution prevention, because preventing pollution directly minimizes our impact on the environment and improves conservation, nature, health of nature. I wanted to highlight about our relationship with the World Habitat Council, Wildlife Habitat Council. IBM has been a long-time corporate member since 1991. Many of the corporate membership there includes companies who are in extractive businesses, chemical companies. These are very responsible corporations. They tend to own large tracts of land, but they have tremendous conservation program in conserving their property. And we've been affiliated with WHC since 1991. At the time, we had upwards of 40 major manufacturing sites globally. When I say major, some of those have like more than 10,000 employees. Some places with 15,000 employees, large tracts of land. And we have worked with WHC to have our sites certified for conservation and education excellence. And today we have only 4 sites that sustain that certification, because many of the large plants has been divested through business transformation. So what do we do today in addition to these places that we actually have the ability to become certified? What we do is, I'm going to skip. What we do is continue to work with Wildlife Habitat Council, and one of our goals, we do many things with them. One of our goals is on pollinator conservation. And the reason I want to highlight this here is, as I mentioned, current IBM business has limited number of properties that we own, right? Limited number of properties that's large. We today lease about 1,000 places around the world, unique places. We lease through landlords. Many of these places are high-rise buildings, some are campuses, but much smaller than our previous footprint. So we recognize we need to work much closer with landlords to get things done. And in terms of pollinator conservations, we are also looking at not just creating these habitats on properties that we own, but even on top of a high-rise building in New York, in London, in Brazil. So it's fascinating to be exploring different approaches. And we are also working with WHC to generate educational material and making them available to our employees. Employees are passionate. Our employees, like employees of many companies, passionate about the environment. And these education material were geographic specific. IBM is present in over 100 countries. We have employees in all continents. But pollinators are different, right? Vegetations are different in different places. So these materials are place-specific, and we make them available to our employees, and we encourage them to take this home, to do it at their homes and share with their communities to further extend the reach of our commitment and to get communities involved. This last chart is just to quickly show that in addition to having programs and performances, we've also very transparently disclosed our performance for many years. We have issued an annual environmental report for over 30 years, and we'll continue to do so, putting out what we do for the general public. So for the remainder of time, I want to switch gear to what we're doing in applying technology. So as an AI and hybrid cloud company, we think one of the ways we could contribute to conservation, to environmental improvement, is through application of our technology. So this specific example is our collaboration with Texas A&M. And it specifically is talk about using technology to help make better decisions in agricultural practices. Sustainability Accelerator is IBM's flagship program. Basically, this is a program for IBM to implement philanthropic contribution, if you will. And the majority of our philanthropic contributions are through technology and knowledge, as opposed to cash. So that's just our philosophy. what it requires is for us to make our technology available as well as our scientists available to an organization, as opposed to a different approach, which is not wrong or right. It's writing a check, for example, to enable the organization to do something. So this example is with Texas A&M, as I mentioned. And specifically, we came together to solve the problem of when to water, trying to help farmers on when to water. And by the way, this is here in the United States, but we've worked on this topic in other parts of the world, in Africa, in Latin America. So you may think it's trivial, but I think if we have better knowledge, we'll be better able to make decisions that help us conserve water as a natural resource, but also things like fertilizers. Dr. Wetz mentioned about algal bloom problems in lakes. And that's not unique to Texas. We have the same issue in New York. And often that is the problem of over-fertilization. You have nitrogen runoffs into your lakes. So when to water, it's a simple but pretty deep question. And what we try to do here is, we have gobs and gobs of data. We have technology that's increasingly more accessible and affordable. So what we ask ourselves is, what can we do to bring these things together? For example, low-cost sensors to help farmers detect moisture level in soil. That's a sensor part of it. Artificial intelligence to augment our thinking. Someone said earlier, well, and I agree, all models are wrong, but some are useful. So you bring together AI and knowledge, you apply your intelligence to help you make decisions, not to replace your intellect, your intellect. So artificial intelligence is another tool that we bring to the table. Data, right? Weather data, whether it's owned by the weather company or somebody else's organization. There's so much data out there. So we thought we could bring our technology, our analytics ability, our modeling ability, sensor ability to the table. And while Texas A&M is an organization with domain expertise meaning expertise in agriculture, we don't have that. We're a bunch of technologists. So we came together and tried to answer the question to help farmers, how can we digest, or first analyze the mountains of data, digest that, and hopefully allow them to look at the data and extract insight from the data and display that in something that is like a handheld device that they can use. We were motivated, as I mentioned earlier, for two main reasons. One is for conservation, to lower our impact on the environment from our day-to-day practices, but also second is to help farmers become more profitable in their business, right? Less irrigation, less use of fertilization would cause them to be more profitable. So I mentioned about the partnership, and essentially you will see on the left-hand side, it's a potential dashboard you can display on a handheld to say, well, when did it rain? Was it 3 days ago? Was it 4 days ago? What is the moisture level of my soil? And we can actually weave into different data points. You can look at crop composition, crop rotation. You can look back historically and help a farmer make better decisions. And this is my last slide. Some of the pain points that we try to solve are listed on the chart, and I'm not going to repeat. One of the things I like the most is actually the one about technology barrier, e.g. Wi-Fi unavailability. It's just so annoying when you want to use a cell phone, you don't have Wi-Fi, right? So this is one of the things we're working on, is to make these applications workable offline. So if you're out in the field, you download this information, right? You don't need to have real-time data on weather, but you have what you need on the cell phone for what you need to do that day. So this is just a quick example of what we're doing to solve a day-to-day problem. And so I hope this meets your expectation, Johnny. All right.
Thank you to each of you for such incredible examples, whoops, whoa, sorry, of models, making sure everyone's awake. So thank you guys so much. We'll have 20 minutes of Q&A. Reminder for those that are online, info@texanbynature.org or the YouTube stream. And if you're in the audience, if you would raise your hand if you have questions.
Well, while they're thinking, we did have one online question for Philip. Get back to it, apologies. Philip, so how did Seven Oaks Ranch get started in conservation, and what advice would you give to fellow landowners out there? What was the first step that you took?
Thank you for the question, Jenny. The first step was just making a mental commitment. Figuring out what your values, incorporating your values into management. What do you think about when you're on the land? What do you want the land to look like? What do you want to be remembered? What's your legacy when you're gone? So it was really just making a commitment, creating a vision based on your values, and then also starting to talk to like-minded people. Our grandfather, God love him, was a great character. That wasn't his thing. He wasn't really into partnering and letting people come into his ranch. And that's very common in that part of the state, as in some places in the United States. But you have to open your gates and learn to work together. Open your gates and collaborate is kind of one of my sayings, and it's more fun. And if you're concerned about insurance things, you just make sure you get your correct signage up, the Agritourism Act signs, and to protect you against liability, and put a really good release together, because that is a concern for some. But you can get around that if you want to.
Open your gates and collaborate would be a really good t-shirt. I would just like.
We'll make them.
This is also Philip. This is Joe Kraft, and I just love what you've done, and obviously you have great passion for it. If someone was more pragmatic and less idealistic, and they just looked at the economic cost of doing what you've done, and then what that's done to the value of their property, is there a case to be made that your ranch is more valuable than it was 30 years ago, and that the expense that you spend didn't bankrupt the average rancher?
Great question, because that is the balance. And the way we've quantified our success is, so we formed these partnerships, and then we were more apt to get grants, because the grant writers would see, okay, these folks are doing this, 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 and this, and I know that person that they, he knows Joni, and whatnot, all these different organizations, and it just gives you a little more credibility, so you're apt to get more money to do prescribed fires, to do planting. But yes, to answer your question, we have seen a massive return. It has built the value of the ranch. Some of our net is there. We didn't lose as many deer on the anthrax because we had good water infrastructure, and it was through the grants we were able to put more water in, and in West Texas that's really important, as y'all know. So yes, it has increased the value tremendously, and it has overall holistically made a massive difference in the wildlife. So we can charge more if we offer some hunting. We can charge more because we've got great habitat and great animals. So business and nature, it all goes together.
Thanks, Philip. Reagan, did you have a question?
Dr. Wetz, is what's happening in Baton Bay similar to what is happening where the Mississippi, only on a much greater scale, dumps into the Gulf of Mexico?
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing. You've got too much nitrogen and phosphorus coming in, and triggers the algal blooms, and bad things happen. The difference being that Baffin Bay is, it's kind of isolated, and it doesn't flush out very well. So unlike the Mississippi, with Baffin, when the nutrients come in, they just build up in that system over time, so it just exacerbates the problem.
So what type of emerging models or opportunities are you guys watching? You're all for on the front end of either, or whether it's setting up new systems, IBM's been doing environmental for 50 years, but you're all on this forefront of bringing in new technologies or new ideas, new partners. And I'd love to hear from each of you what's top of mind. What are you paying attention to right now that you think would be the next step as far as conservation change or a model change for you? Dr. Wetz, I think I'm going to start with you, if that's okay.
Sure.
I thought you were safe in the middle.
Oh, boy. Well, I'm particularly proud of the citizen science model that we incorporated. And, you know, increasingly there's a need just for data, for monitoring data. And monitoring is not something that people like to talk about and even fund, but we need that data to establish baselines and to assess how we're doing, working towards our conservation goals. So I really like the approach of incorporating citizen scientists.
Is there anything that you would recommend from a citizen science data perspective to make it more palatable for industry or for others to incorporate? Or
Yeah.
Any help that's needed there?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, that has been one of the hesitancies for folks, you know, thinking about citizen science programs, but it's just really important to be able to demonstrate that your citizen scientists have been trained well and that you can verify the data they've collected. And I had a great group of people who, including my lab manager, who'd worked with citizen scientists in the past. But again, it's just becoming a more widely adopted model, and there are definitely ways of ensuring that the data that's collected is good.
Fantastic. Abraham, you want to go next?
Sure. Yeah, I would say, you know, from Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages perspective, definitely in the long term, we're looking at, you know, climate change as the problem to solve. I believe plastics is much more of an optical, and you know, it does have the fact that it's not really nature, and that breaks into the overall perspective. But I believe climate change has the potential to be much more significant. So from our point of view, sustainable agriculture has been one of the priorities that we're looking into. In fact, I'm definitely reaching out to IBM and learn more about what you guys are doing and see how we can collaborate there. But sustainable agriculture is a priority for us. We see it as creating resilience across our supply chain. And like many other organizations, our focus is, you know, how can we create a sustainability strategy that allows us to not only solve the problems of today, but prevent a lot of problems on tomorrow. And on that perspective too, we are really assessing end-to-end our supply chain to understand, you know, from water and carbon footprint particularly, how much of that is coming from our suppliers, how much of that is moving, you know, as on end use, and how much of that can we influence, and how positive can we make a change. And I would say we're focusing on making sure that our process makes sense for the future. So integrating recycled plastic, it's a critical part to make sense that our process makes sense in the future. But we're also piloting other initiatives like refillables in El Paso that have been understand whether or not this could be a way to go in the future. We're piloting refillable cups with Burger King and with other entities across the Coca-Cola system to try and understand, how much does it make sense, how feasible it is to use reusable packaging in, fast food. We call it FSOP, food sales on premise venue, and whether or not that makes sense, for the customer as well as it might make sense for us.
Fantastic. I love that focus on the future. And it really dovetails into what Eden said during your talk around the best energy is the kilowatt hour you didn't use, right? So how do you plan for that future to where you're not using resources? So Eden, what models or new tech is top of mind for you guys right now?
I think I would look at it two things. One is how we collectively look at environmental topic. I'd like to see this environmental challenge be viewed in a more integrated fashion. So you look at climate change, right? This is absolutely top of mind. Everybody's talking about it. But I think it's just as important for you to be able to make the connection between pollinators, climate change, and conservation. They're all connected. This way, only by looking at this holistically do we not lose the focus or prioritization. Every part is priority. So take, for example, when you speak to a farmer, in my view, climate change could be very abstract, but what the farmer could do the most to contribute is soil management. When he or she does that well, they are directly helping the climate, right? But you're speaking a language that it's linked to their day-to-day work. So that's what I would like to see, in a more holistic way. From a technology standpoint, a lot's been spoken about data. I think that's important. I have had a very positive experience with citizens organization, the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C. I was a skeptic until maybe 5 years ago, I must say that. But today, I think their citizen scientists' practice has really evolved. Second, technology has become so cheap, and we can do many mathematical modeling to help us establish baseline, and citizen science data plays a huge role in that. And as I said, technology being very affordable today helped us to do so, to both validate our hypothesis and confirm whether or not the model is useful or not. And we couldn't do that 10 or 20 years ago because computational cost is just too much. So I think there's a lot to be gained, a lot to be leveraged.
Fantastic, thank you. And Philip, you have done so much on your ranch and with the chamber. What's next? What's the next project beyond burning things? That you want to go at?
Well, I think that as far as, innovation is the key in business today now more than ever. You have to ebb and flow quickly, be flexible, be open to new ideas and innovate, or you could get left behind. We've had some tough times at the ranch, making tough decisions, economic decisions. How are we going to do the right thing and still make money? Because this is a business, even though it's there's a lot of history and whatnot there. But we've actually talked about the effects of climate change on the ranch in West Texas. Wow, like what's going to happen in 10 years? We need to get as much grass on the ground as possible because we want to collect as much rain as we can when it rains instead of run off on all the rocks. So it's really about, again, pollinators and grass and a balancing act and good land stewardship. As far as the Ozona Chamber, we just watch tourism trends, and as the state grows, which we've talked a lot about, the population gets larger, you have nature deficit disorder. I just kind of paint the picture to my board of what have we got that we can sell that maybe some people don't have? How can we get them out here? Well, you don't have dark skies in the cities anymore. We've got that. Let's siphon off some people, for lack of a better word, they're going to Big Bend to come here, to come to our parks. That we're a lot closer than Big Bend, even though we love Big Bend very much. And the Monarch Flyway. So it's just, there's going to be people that don't have that connection to nature. And I believe people want what they can't have oftentimes, and it's that simple. So I've just tried to educate our community and inspire our community to just look what's right under our noses and just market that, and I think we'll be just fine.
Thank you. Well, and I want to go back to what he said about planting grass and planning for future droughts and making sure he's capturing all the water that he can. If you remember, Sarah Schlesinger said earlier, 45% of our water needs to come from conservation practices. And a perfect example that, again, ties into what Eden said about, the best conserved is those that you never used because you changed your ways, you restored your land, you implemented different processes. So just, powerful and consistent messaging coming from very different sectors up here. Jenny, I think you had a question? Oh, it's over here, sorry.
This question's for Dr. Wett. Hey, big fan.
That you, Ben?
Hey, thanks. This approach of Baffin Bay, has it been done anywhere else the way you guys are doing it? And kind of how has that gone? Is there an example that would kind of match what you guys are doing in Baffin Bay?
The citizen science program, it's been done in some freshwater lakes. I'm not aware of all that much work that's being done in more marine type systems. But the larger approach of bringing together the stakeholders and really trying to address these issues locally, I think is fairly unique. And I think it's gained a lot of traction. Again, we've already seen some successes in attracting funding to address these issues, and I think it's because we have such a strong group of concerned citizens and people that care about that bay. that we've actually been able to do that. So I think it is unique in that regard.
And just kudos to the Bringing Baffin Back team. When we first talked, Mike, did you say that it was 30 years worth of projects that you guys have outlined?
At least 20.
At least 20.
Yeah.
So a significant amount of work, but they're not overwhelmed. And because of the data that they've collected and the way that they're using the citizen science data, they're able to just set it up in phases and go one step at a time to make significant change. And they've done an incredible job of setting up that prioritization model to get the work done. So kudos to you guys.
Do you mind if I just give my spiel?
Sure.
Well, okay. So actually, we modeled a lot of this after Tampa Bay. They had very similar issues to what we did. And they were able to solve these problems. So as far as I'm concerned, if Tampa Bay can do it, we can do it. Because we also don't have, 5 million people in the watershed. It's a much smaller population density, so I think it's in some ways a more tractable issue. So I think we can do it.
I do too. Probably faster too.
Yes.
All right, Jenny.
Melanie Ferguson, Dallas Water Commons again. First of all, just a deep bow of gratitude to everyone who's made this possible and for all of the attendees. I know I will walk away with a great deal of hope and also just joy. I know earlier that we were told that we should not put images of polar bears alone on ice, that's just overwhelming to everyone. But I will say that if you put a hive or a butterfly in a photograph without people, I'm inspired. So this is a question for you, Miss IBM. You mentioned the pollinator, the Wildlife Habitat Council's pollinator conservation toolkits, and I got really excited. And then you said it was only, or maybe it was on the screen, only for employees. So the question is, can you say a little bit more about the Wildlife Habitat Council, because I'm not familiar with them? And then secondly, if you do not provide that toolkit to people who are not at IBM, can you give me the name of a local Dallas IBM person who I can get one from?
I will be happy to do that. I'll even send you my contact information. So WHC, it's a long-standing organization. They're based in Washington, D.C. I consider them to be real practitioners. They're in the business of advising companies, most of their members are corporations, as I mentioned earlier, how to manage their properties, and they're very strict. To get certification, you need a certification component, conservation component, as well as education component. We saw pictures of birdhouses, wildlife, and it's all of the above you need to demonstrate on your property. So I would say they're leading edge thinkers. They're very much focusing on, right now, one of the projects is focusing on how to quantify and measure biodiversity loss and progress. It's not easy. You hear companies, including my own, talking about biodiversity-focused goals and so on, but we still need better metrics to measure that. So that's about WHC. You can look them up. In terms of the kit, I will be happy to send you a copy of it. I mean, we're making it available to our employees, as I said. We want them to share with the community, so I'll share that with you.
Thank you. We have a question up here. This will be the last question.
I'll try and keep it short. My name's Andy Glusenkamp. I'm with San Antonio Zoo. This one's also for Dr. Wetz. So you mentioned the importance of eelgrass and carbon sequestration and the sheer size of Baffin Bay. And I was impressed with the data that you, as citizen scientists at your lab, have collected over the years, that you can really put a dollar value per square meter of that bay. And because you and I both know that you're talking about one of the most powerful carbon sinks available in nature, those shallow bays and the associated wetland ecosystems, they rival almost anything, right? And so that seems like a super attractive exchange with perhaps people in this room in order to put together the capital for these really small on-the-ground change, relatively small, like a proper water treatment plant for a local community. That's pennies on the dollar. What an incredible return for the carbon sequestration ability of a healthy Baffin Bay. I promise I'll keep it short.
Yeah, thank you. And coincidentally, the Texan by Nature folks just handed us the first draft of basically what you're talking about, that economic assessment. So we're going to be working through that with them over the next few months, and yeah, I think there's a real opportunity there for sure.
And what Dr. Wetz is referencing, I mentioned the UN SDG report card earlier. I think there's a QR code out there where you can scan and see it. They're all in draft form right now, but that's something that we've been working on with ecometrics to get at exactly what that question was about. Well, thank you so much. You are true inspirations and models of success, and I just really appreciate you taking the time to share and hopefully inspire the audience today. So. So we've had a little bit of a change of schedule for the end of the day, just to warn you. We're going to end the day with a quick summary and then some closing remarks from our inspirational founder, former First Lady Laura Bush. And then we'll get into the recognition of this year's Texan by Nature 20. So thank you to each of our speakers for being here today, for meaningful, inspiring dialogue. Your time, your experience, your candor is greatly appreciated. And I want to say thank you again to the Texan by Nature team. I see a lot of you for being brilliant, passionate, and just steadfast each and every single day. The work that's done is because of just the commitment that you have, and I just want to say thank you. So there are a couple of sound bites. There's so many sound bites that are standing out for me today, but I'll start with no bees, no food, no us. Pretty much sums it up, right? No water, no us. That paints the picture, I think, simpler than anything else. It's time for us to step back, to work together, to think at that broader system level of every single action has an interaction and an impact. So what is that? How do we get in front of the future today? How do we not use that resource instead of fixing it 10 years later? How do we just become more efficient? Hopefully at this point you're thinking about all of this. Hopefully you are thinking about how to apply the discussions when you go home, and maybe even perhaps how to get involved. Shameless plug, if you're a conservation organization, our Conservation Wrangler applications for next year are now open. They are on the website, and that's absolutely a way to get more deeply involved. Those are due at the end of January, so take a look there. Or if you're a conservation organization that is not a partner of ours yet, go and look at our Conservation Partner Program. It is a service program. It is free of charge to you. Please get involved and join the conversation. If you are an industry member, if you're a business, our membership program is available to engage in deeper dialogue. You can get involved with dark skies and lights out initiatives. You can get involved in submitting data for the Texan by Nature 20. You can get involved with the Texas Water Action Collaborative. There is no shortage of opportunity to get involved in a way that is most relevant to you. So we started the day with a quote. And that was, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So what do you want to predict for our future, your organization's future, conservation's future? What future will you create? Today has given us a lot to think about and hopefully to act upon. Will you apply, evolve, or embrace a new technology, a tool, a framework to help in decision-making, goal setting, reporting? Will you build a new coalition or start participating in one more thoroughly, adding your expertise? Will you embrace deepening workforce and community expectations around environmental stewardship and innovate towards better resource utilization and profitability? Will you work to provide nature access and/or care of nature into your long-term strategy? Will you step back and better understand your personal, organizational, or community role in broader systems? Will you help your partners do the same? Will you leave a legacy? And what will that be? There's no shortage of opportunity. You've heard that today. No matter your passion, no matter your geography, no matter your industry, no matter your goal. Today we have an opportunity to take what we have learned and do something different and do something new. It doesn't have to be brand new, it just has to be new in your space. We have that opportunity today to realize progress we have not yet imagined. So I encourage you and I challenge you, as I challenged you at the start today, to join one another in thinking bigger and thinking broader and doing things differently. Make it the beginning of a movement. You know, I love what Sarah said earlier about the movement. We know how to do this. We've done it. We did it back in 1980 for litter. Make it a movement. Every single one of us involved in conservation impact. Each of us shaping our future together, predicting the conservation future for the world by creating it starting right now. Thank you.
I was an agriculturalist, trying to get all I could for the land. But since that time, I've realized that this land is not just a resource to be used, abused. It's something that we have to take care of and look at all of it. We have to go back to the way it was if we're going to save these precious natural resources we've been given to enjoy.
Over the last several decades, we've been losing thousands and thousands of acres of our wetland habitats. Oil and gas, livestock production, agricultural producers, you name it. When you look at what the prairie used to be, you've lost all that water storage.
The river has some parts that are breathtakingly beautiful, but there are other places you want to cry because it's so dirty. And it's all the same river. Right now, we have an opportunity to take this gem, polish it off, and show it to the world.
The situation for fishing in state waters was just terrible, and we decided we were going to do something about it.
You gotta want to do it. You gotta want to be in this business. I've been going out there so long, it's just part of me now.
Here's my take. Every bend is a new adventure. It's just you and nature.
I'm kind of the steward for this land that's here. Hopefully I leave it better than the way I found it.
It's always refreshing to meet a person so authentic that their actions are bona fide extensions of who they are. That's the case with Laura Bush, the founder of Texan by Nature and my friend. I'm Adair Margot, the secretary of the board, and the great thing about this organization is it is truly an extension of Laura Bush. I first met Laura in 1995 when she was the new First Lady of Texas. I just recorded Tom Lee's oral history, and she came out to El Paso to see the book. Tom Lee painted our environment in El Paso and wrote about it. And when people asked him what he found so appealing about the dried up, barren place he obviously preferred to live and work in, he said that he loved it for the clarity of its sunlight, the intensity of its sunlight, the clarity of its sky, the hugeness of its space, its revealed structure of naked Earth's primal forms, without adornment. Well, Laura Bush loved El Paso too. It was her mother's home, And she told me how when her mother would put her on the train in Midland to come out to El Paso to visit her grandparents, she knew she was almost there when she saw Mount Franklin and the Juarez Mountains in the distance. Well, we hit it off. And on future visits, there were lots of them, she'd want to climb Mount Cristo Rey and get a view of 3 states and 2 countries from its summit. And when I'd visit her at the governor's mansion in Austin, after dinner, she'd say, "Let's go see what's growing in the garden." And I'd follow her unhurried pace outside. Even after George decided to run for president, I traveled with her to Michigan, and after a reception, she mentioned she'd read there was going to be a star shower that evening, and wouldn't it be so much fun to watch it? Well, our host laid blankets on the lawn, and we all bundled up, lying on our backs, looking up at a starlit sky in the freezing cold. Laura has always loved nature, and by her example, encouraged others to take the time to love it too. And when we love something, we take care of it. That's why when she says that it's the people and the land that make Texas great, and that when we're working in harmony, everyone benefits, she means it from the heart. Laura Bush.
Thanks so much, Adair. I do love El Paso. Thank you, Adair, for being the Texan by Nature Board Secretary. You do a terrific job, and we're fortunate to have you representing El Paso. And a heartfelt thanks to all the Texan by Nature board members who are here today. Catherine Armstrong, Joe Crafton, Reagan Gammon, Robert Horton, Ray Engel, Elaine Magruder, Carolyn Miller, Roxanne Newman, Tamara Trail, and Neil Wilkins. And a special thanks to Cynthia Pickett Stevenson, who served as our board chair for the last 2 years. I'd also like to thank some Texan by Nature supporters today, our generous Sustainability Fund leaders, the Stillwater Foundation, Ray and Becky Engel, John Now, HEB, and the Fredkin Group, and our sincere gratitude to Lyda Hill Philanthropies and Marathon Petroleum for supporting our partner work. To Hess Corporation for underwriting Texas Water Action Collaborative expansion, to HEB and Enbridge for supporting our Conservation Wrangler and Summit initiatives, and to Phillips 66, NRG Reliant, Co-America, EOG Resources, and of course, my friend Dee Dee Rose. Thank you for your continued support of our annual summit and our Conservation Wrangler program. But of course, the biggest thanks today goes to our fearless leader, Joni Carswell. Joni, you've done it again. You've turned Texan by Nature into a national brand. Other states are looking to your Texan by Nature model as a framework for their own conservation plans. So thank you, Joni, and thanks to the wonderful staff for making Texan by Nature something we're all so proud of. Wow, what a wonderful day it's been. I know I speak for everyone here when I say I'm inspired by each of our speakers. Whether we heard about new partnerships, innovative models, or bolder goals, we all have new findings that we can take back to our own communities and our community organizations. I hope that you'll leave here motivated to apply what you learned and energized to be a change maker within your community. It's clear that the leaders in this room share the Texan by Nature spirit. You know that the future of conservation lies in collaborative efforts, in attention to data and metrics, in thinking and solving at the system level, and in new and innovative models. But not everyone knows just how important it all is to the future of our state and our population. And that's why 11 years ago, I started Texan by Nature with my dear friends Reagan Gammon and Catherine Armstrong. We had a desire to take care of this great state, and we knew that meant taking care of the natural resources that provide sustenance, income, recreation, and beauty to the place we call home. In fact, our first name was Taking Care of Texas, until we found out that was the motto of some other conservation group. We started with what we knew would work. We brought together small groups of people like you, leaders from all sectors, who could work together to advance projects and initiatives that benefit us all. And when that went well, we knew that we had to promote the best work being done to make sure that it could be easily replicated, supported, and used as a model in Texas and around the world. And now, over a decade later, I look out at this impressive audience with leaders from all corners of Texas, representing diverse areas of industry, community, and conservation. And I say, we've done it. Texan by Nature is making clear and measurable progress that will benefit our state for generations to come, and the momentum just keeps building. Two key themes stood out to me today: the need for collaboration and the desire to think deeply about how everything we do impacts our natural resources, our economy, and our health. In a world where life is whizzing by, it can be difficult to realize the domino effect of our actions. But when it comes to protecting our environment, the most important thing we can do is to pause and evaluate. Do you need to drive to run that errand, or could you just walk? Should you turn on the TV for your kids, or could they go play in the backyard? Should you turf your front yard, or could you add some native grasses and pollinating plants instead? How about that vacant lot next door to your office building? What if it were turned into a park? Challenging the answers to these questions will determine the future of our state. Over the last few years, growing bodies of research have shown what we always knew. Being outside in nature is good for your health. It reduces stress. It's good for your cardiovascular system. In a time where people, especially children, are inside more than any time in our history, it's critical that we act now. We need our natural resources, not only for powering our economy, but powering our bodies and our minds as well. The easiest way to promote our natural spaces is to teach our children to appreciate them from a young age, just as my mother and grandmother did. When I was a little girl, I enjoy spending outdoors with my grandchildren whenever we're together. Mila, Poppy, Hal, and Cora love to be outside. They enjoy exploring the restored prairie at our ranch and taking Freddie, for our dog, on long beach walks when we're in Maine in the summer. I believe that a love for the outdoors is the purest thing we can pass on to our children. All you have to do is take your kids or grandkids outside, play in your backyard, go on nature walks, and let them remind you what it's like to view our natural world through their fresh eyes. Whether it's with your family or your company, every one of you can be Texan by nature. You can participate in Lights Out to protect our migratory birds. You can conserve water or plant milkweed that the monarch butterfly needs. You can do it on your business campuses, or you can try something new with your family, your organization, or your community. You can drive innovation in conservation. Over the last 11 years, we've had the privilege of working with 30 different Conservation Wrangler projects, from coast to prairie to far west Texas, from urban to rural. These projects have set the bar for conservation. They're a visible example of leaders and citizens making a difference, right where they are. So I'd like to take this time to congratulate our 2022 Texan by Nature Conservation Wranglers, Texas Water Foundation's Texas Runs on Water program, Hives for Heroes, Texas Partnerships for Forest and Water, and the Hart Research Institute and Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries Bringing Baffin Back project. Thank you for your good work. You're creating a brighter and cleaner future for us all. Thanks to everybody here for spending the day with us, and thanks for the important work you do. The future of conservation is in this room right now. It's you. The way you're working together, it's your innovations, it's your commitment to a beautiful, healthy future. It's your desire to leave our state more beautiful than ever, and I'm proud to do it with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Bush. You're always an inspiration. As many of you know, I'm Jenny Burden, the Director of Development with Texan by Nature, and I again want to thank everyone for taking part in this day of learning and dialogue. A heartfelt thank you to our partners, sponsors, and members for making today, our 5th annual summit, possible. We're deeply appreciative for every single one of you. Thanks to everyone who joined us online. We had nearly 300 people registered as of this morning, which is so exciting. We look forward to continuing the conversation with you in the future. I look forward to engaging with each of you through our programs. At this time, our online streaming will end. I am so excited